I'm sending. If I'm not able to share, so I'm sending one copy to you.
Okay, sir. Good morning, everyone. I welcome everyone. Good morning, everyone. I welcome each and every one of you to the Student Induction Program 2024-2025. Now I call upon Amrish to give the welcome address.
Good morning and a warm welcome to each and every one of you. It gives me a great pleasure to extend a heartfelt greeting to the Chairman, Dr. R. Shivakumar, the Executive Director, Dr. N. Sambandam, the Dean, Dr. Jagdish Kannan, to all the HODs across various departments, along with the faculty members present here at today's Student Induction Program 2024-25. Today marks the beginning of an exciting journey, not just for you, but for all of us, as we look forward to the fresh ideas, energy, and perspectives you bring. As you step in this new phase, remember that you are now a part of a vibrant community that values growth, innovation, and collaboration. This induction program is designed to introduce you to the values, culture, and expectations of our organization, while also giving you the tools and support you need to thrive. Over the coming days, you'll meet professionals from different departments, learn about work processes, and discover opportunities available for your personal and professional development. We encourage you to ask questions, share your thoughts, and actively participate in all decisions. We believe in nurturing talent and fostering a supportive environment where everyone can flourish. Your journey here will be filled with learning experiences, challenges, and successes. Remember, every challenge is an opportunity to grow, and every success is a step towards achieving your potential. We are excited to have you on board and looking forward to the contribution you'll make. Together, we'll continue to drive innovation, achieve our goals, and build a better future. Once again, we welcome you all and wishing you a fulfilling and inspiring journey ahead.
Now, I call upon Evangeline Kripa of third year CSC Core to give the chief guest introduction.
It is my honor to introduce our esteemed chief guest for today, Dr. R. Selvarajan, who currently serves as the director of ICAR National Research Center for Banana in Tiruchirappalli. With an academic background in plant pathology, Dr. Selvarajan completed his BSc and MSc from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University and earned his PhD from ICAR. Dr. Selvarajan's career spans over 29 years, marked by significant contributions in the field of disease diagnosis, host-virus interaction, transgenius development, and pest management. He has been instrumental in establishing a state-of-art virus testing laboratory at ICAR NRCV and has led numerous interdisciplinary projects, securing sustainable funding and generating significant revenue for the institution. An innovator at heart, Dr. Selvarajan has developed multiple virus detection kits and new banana varieties, and he has revived near extinct banana cultivators. He has also served as the consul for the FAO and has been an active member of the several prestigious professional society and committees. Dr. Selvarajan's contributes have been recognized with numerous awards, including DST Lockheed Martin Indian Innovation Growth Program Award and the Dr. B.P. Pal Memorial Best Scientist Award. He is a fellow member of the several distinguished societies and has published extensively in high impact journals. We are privileged to have Dr. Selvaraj with us today, and we look forward to his inspiring words and insights. Let us welcome Dr. R. Selvarajan.
Over to you, sir.
Sir,
Sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Yes. Hello. I think now I have to put up. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, okay. So I think I opened in my mobile also, this laptop. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jagdish Kannan, for inviting me for this function as a chief guest. And good morning to everybody, all the faculties and all the newly joined student friends. And I'm very happy to be join you here as a chief guest of this function. And this is very important day for all those who have joined the SRM Institute of Science and Technology for Engineering Division. And in this occasion, I would like to give you that the students here just entering the first day of the students' life is that really makes you people very happy, and you will be all thinking what's your future also you would be looking at. And I would say that this generation of the students, very important thing is the time management. Time management is very important, and I can recall that Stephen Covey's time management, that 4 quadrants, wherein the urgent, we put a 4 quadrants, that is urgent, not urgent, important, and not important. And if you look at, you had to make that 4 quadrant and see the things which you have to list out, which are all urgent and important, which are all not urgent but important. See, not urgent and important, wherein your routine works happens. That's very, very important. That you have to plan. Unless you plan and effectively from the start of the day, if you plan and what you want to become, what's your goal, how you are going to start your thing, everything you have to work out. See, when I joined as agriculture research scientist, and there was a one questionnaire gave us to look at the personality test. So when I was just giving that all those questions answers, then it came actually what I am. So it came, though I joined as a scientist, but it came as a businessman. And many people it came, some people it came as a teacher, some people it came as a scientist. So around 60, 69, 69 the agriculture research service people, it was each and everything was different. The personality was and test when we gave, it was different. So you are now engineer. Probably many people, of course, very rarely people write MBBS and engineering together. Those days were our time, we write both. First group we take and we aim for both, and finally we end up in one. So the aim, my aim may be becoming doctor, but I will end up in an engineer. An engineer becomes end up in a doctor. So this confusion and all will be there. So one has to know yourselves. What all your strength? What is your strength? So to find out what is your strength, now you have got a Clifton Strength Finder. Clifton Strength Finder. If you go, there are 34 different types of strength. That strength, that includes strategic thinking, relationship building, influencing, and executing. There are different the strength which you have, you may not know. The thing is, your strength is will be expressed by your friends or your parents, but you yourself may not know. Someone has to say that, are you are good at singing, you are good at something, they will be finding you that you are a good orator, you are good. So like that, people will be finding your strength, others will find your strength, and you have to know others help what's your strength. Instead, if you go this Gallups, and I think if you Google it, you may get it. That is in Clifton Strength. You will get what are your strength and what are your weaknesses. Those weaknesses you can find it out, and it can be improved. And those strength again you can strength by putting your effort continuously. So that's what I'm telling. The way we are managing our time is very important. Knowing your strength and weaknesses are very important in the initial itself. Then you have to see if you want to go after your UG studies, you want to go IIT, or if you want to go for IT or any sector or very good companies you want to go. In that case, how you have to read and how you have to be practical knowledgeable, because engineering is, it's a professional. Agriculture or engineering or medical, these are all professional wherein just theoretical knowledge is not sufficient. One has to have very good practical understanding and practical knowledge. Unless otherwise, it's very difficult to find a good job, a better job. So one has to put more effort not only on the theoretical but also on the practical. So being a professionals, one has to really put the effort, and you have to continuously work on it, and that's very important. Yes, all you know that Swami Vivekananda said that arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. And you have every power. You need not to. Once you have power, and once you are willing, once you are aiming, and you want to reach a goal, and if it is in your really what you are aiming, that's in your heart, and it's a very serious thinking which you make, definitely you can achieve. Definitely you can achieve. That's what he says, that we are responsible for what we are, and whatever we wish ourselves to be, we have the power to make ourselves. So it is with you, the power is with you, and one can definitely achieve what you want. Unless means, if some people will not be having an idea, and also like some people very much extrovert, they will tell a lot of things, but ultimately they may not achieve. Some people are very introverts, they will not tell anything, but they will achieve what they want. So anyhow, need not to be one very extrovert or extreme introvert. One has to be an ideal person, and wherein one can take a decision. So one has to work hard and have a faith in yourselves, so that definitely you will achieve what you want to become. And nowadays, as I said, that time management is very important. And of course, I am not telling that you should not play, you should not, you just enjoy playing. You enjoy playing, enjoy doing any cultural activities, whatever your extracurricular you have, you enjoy the passion, you never give it up. At same time, automatically you will be reading. So, like, I used to tell that people should always play one or the other games. So during the games, it is like a meditating. You will not see when a person is playing either tennis or table tennis or any game or a cricket, when ball is coming towards you, you have to be very alert, and your mind is only on that. You cannot think some other things. You cannot do daydreaming when you are facing a pace ball from a bowler. So what I would say is that you play. If your passion is to play regularly. If you want to be an athlete, you run regularly. So don't give it up your passion of whatever, either sports or cultural or any aspect, drawing, whatever it may be. One has to have always an extracurricular activity to achieve in your academic activity. So I would say that one has to enjoy, and even reading also you should enjoy. It's not that one has to feel so boring reading and all. So to adding knowledge to your mind, to adding knowledge, that is a real thing that one has to look into it. So this is what I would like to give some ideas. Like this is what I want to say the newly joined students, and I had to now give a talk. I suppose can you share that my presentation? Hello, hello, hello. Can you share my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you share, I think I can. Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
sir, are you able to see
Yeah,
your presentation?
yeah, I could able to see. Yes, yes.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much for sharing. And yes, requested by Dr. Jagdish Kannan, so he asked me to give a talk too. So just I want to give an exposure to what we are doing National Research Center for Banana under this artificial intelligence in agriculture for banana farming, especially which I am going to talk about. And uh, 1 second, sorry. 1 minute. Yeah. Yes, the precision agriculture, which actually we do in our institute, that under national network we are doing on precision agriculture, especially for banana. See, precision agriculture is a farming management approach that uses technology and data analysis to optimize field level management regarding crop farming. And all you know that a lot of developments have taken place, and people are now using chat, GPT and all. Many AI tools are being applied, and this method involves using tools such as GPS, sensors, drones, data analytics, and to monitor and manage the variability in the crops, soils, and environment conditions. The goal is to enhance the crop yield, reduce the wastage, and minimize the environmental impact by applying the right dose of fertilizer, right dose of water, and the right dose of pesticide, need-based inputs. And that's what is very important. Coming to the artificial intelligence, I think you can move the slides. An artificial intelligence refers to the stimulation of human intelligence in machines that are programmed to think, learn, and perform tasks typically requiring human cognitive functions. These tasks include problem solving, decision making, language understanding, visual perception, and more. AI systems are designed to mimic and replicate human abilities to by processing vast amounts of data, recognizing the patterns, and adapting to new information. So automates repetitive tasks, increasing the efficiency, freeing up human workers for complex activities. That's what we are looking. Then enhances decision making by analyzing the large data sets, identifying the patterns and insights, and improves users' experience with the personalized recommendations and responsive virtual assistants. In medical also, it has been applied a lot even for disease diagnostics. In plant, we apply for disease diagnostics. And everywhere it gives a decision support system. AI-based decision support system really helps the end users in farming. You know that the precision farming that is we do for effectively using the water, and AI powered technology such as drones. Drones, sometimes aerially we use drones to spray, and where the disease may not be there, the pest may not be there. So see, spraying where exactly, so one has to do the monitoring and mapping the problem, mapping the pests, then followed by one has to map, then followed by go for spray. So preferential spraying, like in banana, if you look at in Colombia, Honduras, and Ecuador, where almost they use planes, actually small planes for spraying pesticides. In a year, they do 40 times aerial spraying, and they cover 10,000 hectares in one go. So that way, a lot of that is an automated. Of course, automation set to come, but where the disease is there, one has to go for spray, not everywhere, so that you can effectively save the inputs, and also you can also not spoiling the environment. That's very another important. Then the predictive analysis, which I was telling about diseases. Many diseases are influenced by relative humidity, temperature, and all other things. So when it is influenced by many weather factors, one can easily predict, for which one has to do the good AI algorithms to analyze the historical data and also real-time information. So one can give decision support system whether to spray or not, whether in advance they should go for spray or not. The farmers will be looking. So that's what happened in one districts of Andhra Pradesh. The farmers are growing banana in a very large scale in Kadapa districts. There, the leaf spot disease it came totally after bunch and all started ripening in the field itself. So almost 80, 90% loss was there because they were not timely spraying. The frequency at which they had to take a spray, they were not aware of it because that time continuous drizzling and humidity increase all put together it has spoiled the entire crop. The 1 year old crop totally it was spoiled because of the disease. So wherein now our ICR NRC banana, what we have done is that we have installed some 15 fossil machines in a different states. That Fasal is a gadget developed by IIT people. There is a startup, FASAL. That is, if you look at, it will be measuring soil moisture, growing degree days, temperature, humidity, leaf wetness, and wind speed, and all those things. So this gadget is available that we have installed in 15 places across the country, and we are regularly taking the ground truth data and continuously working on it. And we are already 2 years almost completed. In another 1 year, we will come out with decision support system so that the farmers can able to when to spray, what are the climatic conditions prevailing, what is the stage of the crop, everything can be predicted. So that where we need AI input. So again, we need, if you want to convert in the IoT, Internet of Things, and if you want to convert into a mobile app-based decision support system, it can be converted, and farmers can be given early warning, forecasting, it can be done. So, as I said that in banana cultivation, I think the slide, can you show the slide number 4 or 5? I think it's 5. Slide number 5, can you show, please? 5, yeah. Yes, yes. So here you can see that, in banana cultivation, what engineers has to look at, irrigation. Without engineers input, drip irrigation, fertigation, all these things is not possible. So irrigation, fertilizer and pest control, and weed management, and harvesting, robotic harvesting in apple, it is being applied now in India also. Bunch transport, packing, sorting, transportation, post-harvest handling, and ripening, transit. So a lot of things where sensors are being now used actually. So from planting to the entire value chain, we are depending on the from the engineers, wherein we can put like automation for fertigation as well as sensor based irrigation. Banana, if you want to produce 1 kg, next you can go. If you want to produce 1 kg banana, we have to spend 1,800 liters of water. And if you want to grow raise 1 kg of rice, 2,500 liters of water we have to use. That's what average it's being used. But if you are really doing with sensor based irrigation, and effectively, if you are doing the sensor based irrigation where the sensors or resistance sensors can be fit into the soil, and once it goes down below the field capacity, the pressure module, like based on the pressure, like 0.33 bar or 0.5 bar or 0.75 bar. So once that it reaches in one particular place, immediately it will start irrigating. So it will be automatically it will happen. So when rain is there, 10 days, 15 days, if the water is almost field capacity or above that, it will stop. It will not irrigate. So the sensor based irrigation can drastically reduce the water, and giving exact water gives the more production. So now we came out with a result that reduce the 25% of water and 20% of fertilizer you increase 25% of yield. So giving more water, it will reduce the yield. Giving more fertilizer, it will reduce the yield. So you have to do precisely how much a plant is requiring. All you know that we eat every day, morning, lunch, and dinner. But plants we give not like that. Rarely we give once in a month fertilizers and all. But in fertigation and this automation, we can give every day. What is the exact NPK requirement of a plant can be assessed, and we can give exactly how much quantity is needed. And this could be done if you are sitting in America, you can handle your own system in your farm. Then you can do it exactly how much water should be given, everything it can be done remotely. So that is the level it has reached. And you young students can visit ICR NRC Banana. You can see our automation, which we have recently installed for 25 acres land. So you can come and see those things, then you will know more about it. So irrigation optimization is very important. And another, all you know about in agriculture, tomato price goes to 100 rupees, 100 and 200 rupees. Like, the price sometimes goes up, onion price goes up, sometimes the price will be very, very low. Why? Because we are not knowing how much, when a glut is happening, when it is correctly it is produced, when the demand is more, when the demand is less. So these are all the decisions about farmers are wanting. When I have to grow, so that I will get a better price. When I want to, if I grow, sometimes people grow more, then they will be end up with 2 rupees a kg of tomato, they'll throw it out. So for this, now ICR NRC Banana with the ISRO, National Remote Sensing Center, Hyderabad and all, we are working on it. Wherein we want to actually find out every week how much quantity of banana can be harvested, like using satellite and multi hyperspectral. This one we are now working on the crop mapping and monitoring, wherein we can exactly say we can predict the area under banana. And this really, it's not happening now. We are working on it. Now we have proposed a project to know about this. In fact, recently we made a fly-off hyperspectral drone to covering around 1,500 acres in Theni district to know the this is what we are working. And as I said, least spot disease. Next slide you can go. I was talking about AI powered big data analysis for least spot disease management, which we have implementing now. And then again we have developed with SSN College of Engineering with a DST project. We developed in a gadget that we got a patent rights now on SSN College and NRC Banana. That is again to identify the diseases. So in addition to other parameters, we have added a camera also. So basically, the camera can cover a few plants and regularly monitor, and one can remotely identify the disease severity and other things can be done. And one can give the decision support system. Yeah. So, and again, another disease called in banana wilt disease. It's a very dangerous disease in the world. And, the disease is the plant will become yellow and you cannot identify in the ground. So, one has to do aerial imaging. So, if you do aerial imaging, either using the hyperspectral drone or multispectral drone or satellite, and now we are working on it to assess the entire India, the disease level, because in one district itself, 49,000 hectares of banana is grown in Jalgaon, Maharashtra. There, this disease is a very major issue. And for the policymakers, we want to assess what's the damage and all. Even in cyclone, during cyclone, if they want to, farmers and insurance companies wants to give some compensation, one has to work on this imagery-based assessment of the loss and other things. So there are a lot of scope to do this, and fishing build is another important thing. And drone, nowadays we have got 2 pilots and we have got a spray drones. We have like inputs like micronutrients and pesticides. We have standardized. Now just in one go, just in 10 liters, earlier 100 liters they use 10, 20 times one has to go and spray. But now in drone, just in 8 minutes or 9 minutes, we will complete 1 acre of 1 acre spray with 10 liters only. So droplet size, everything one has to work on it, and we have done that. Drone spray, this also can come, and we have got 2 pilots to handle this multispectral as well as spray drones. Then we have also developed with the deep learning CNN SG boost based intelligent identification system for ripening stages of banana. So this is again, the different ripening stages one should know, because during the transit, like refrigerator container, one can know whether the fruits which we have packed is ripening or not based on the sensors like ethylene sensors. When we can assess whether it is damaged or not, whether the refrigeration system is working or not. So one can take a decision quickly. Okay. So, and again, as I said, there are a lot of ways to do in AI in banana cultivation, and there are a lot of scopes. So students who are all interested in this line also start working during your internship, and we are ready to help you students for any small research in our institute. And once again, I thank Jagdish Kannan for this opportunity, and my best wishes to all the new entrants in this SRM College of Engineering, and best wishes to all of you, and my best wishes to all the faculties. Thank you, Dr. Jagdish Kannan, for giving this opportunity. Hello. 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 Hello.
Sir? Yeah.
Yeah, I have completed. Could you?
Okay, sir.
Hello.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Something happened. Did you listen or not, please? Hello. Hello, Rami. Is it Harish speaking or Ramya?
Sir, thank you very much, sir. The session on banana farming and AI agriculture was very useful. Over to Ekran Kirba for a vote of thanks.
I would like to know whether you could able to hear all you people.
Yes, sir. We can hear, sir.
Okay, no, my talk, could you able to hear clearly or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can able to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. First of all, I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. R. Selvarajan, for readily accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion with his presence. I'm sure your inputs would have motivated the students to start working towards their goal. Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to thank our management and faculty for the constant support and guidance they provide to the students on behalf of our institution. I extend my warm gratitude to everyone. Thank you all.
Thank you. I'm leaving now, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So thank you very much. Dr. Jagdish Karan is here or not?
Sir, he will make a call, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Okay.
Students, remain in the meeting. We will post a feedback link in the chat box. Kindly enter your details and I repeat, once again, you're requested to remain in the meeting. We will be sharing the feedback link soon, and you are all requested to fill it. It is mandatory. Thank you very much. Everyone, please make a note of the feedback link. The link to the feedback session has been posted in the chat box. Kindly fill it. Filling the feedback form is mandatory. Students, the next session on universal human values will be starting soon. We request you to remain in the meeting. The session will be starting in 5 minutes. Kindly fill out the feedback form. Feedback forms will be rolled out for each and every session, and it is mandatory that you fill in. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome you to session 2 of day 1 of the Student Induction Program 2024 to 2025. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce Dr. R. Deebalakshmi, the esteemed head of the Department of Cybersecurity. Dr. Deebalakshmi began her academic journey with a bachelor's degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Thangaveru Engineering College. She then pursued her master's degree in Computer Science and Engineering from Jerusalem College of Engineering. Dr. Deebalakshmi completed her PhD at Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. With an impressive 13 years of experience in teaching, Dr. Deebalakshmi has made significant contributions to the fields of networking, wireless communication, knowledge engineering, internet working and distributed systems, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence. Her expertise and dedication have been recognized through her roles as a guest lecturer, resource person in faculty development programs, program committee member, and session chair at international conferences. Dr. Deebalakshmi's scholarly work includes numerous research papers published in prestigious SCI and Scopus Index journals, as well as international journals and conferences. She has also participated in Microsoft faculty development programs and implementing Microsoft Azure AI solution programs. She has received design thinking certification training from IBM. Her commitment to excellence in education has earned her the Best Teacher Award from various institutions where she has previously worked. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. R. Deebalakshmi. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Am I audible? Yes, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. You're audible.
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for my introduction. Yeah, good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to all the freshers. I hope you all are excited with your new academic journey. And today I have privilege of addressing you all, and I want to share some knowledge, thoughts that I hope it will be helpful for your future endeavors. Okay. I think my introduction, they gave me about the technical knowledge. Okay, but I'm going to share a topic now is like a non-technical topic, but it is an essential one as well as a mandate one for all the young generation. I'm going to take a session for only a short period of time, but I need some interaction with the people because I'm not going to take any technical content. I'm just going to give an overview about the universal human values, value education. So, what is meant by value? So that I'm going to share. So I need an interaction from all the participants. Okay, because it's not a one-way session. I need a communication from you people also. I need this session should be a two-way communication. Okay, I hope everyone you can reply for me. Yes, am I audible? Any reply from my audience? Yes. Anyone from participants, please unmute yourself and then say yes. Yes. Anyone? Any reply from participant side?
Excuse me, ma'am, for the interruption.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, participants are can't unmute themselves, ma'am.
Okay,
We'll hold a
okay.
small interactive chat box session in the end, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Oh, no issues, no
Okay,
issues.
ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Okay, chat is unavailable. Okay, okay. Yeah, so sorry, no issues. Just I'm going to share about the thoughts of universal human value. So wait a minute, I will share the PPT. Is my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Again, once again, good morning to everyone. So I'm going to share the topic about this understanding of value education. I think you all have different meaning about the education system. Okay, so usually I think you all completed your 12th standard. So till now you are focusing on the technical way of education. But here, this is the right time I want to share something about the value education. It is mandate now. You all born and brought up with the digital era. So even your day-to-day life is you all pertaining with all electronic gadgets only. So it is mandate to know about as a young generation you should know about value education. What is meant by value education? So currently you people are pursuing about the technical education. I think some students you know the meaning of technical education. So through the technical education you can get only the skill improvement. Okay, not the value. So we need a value education. So value education is nothing but So, okay, usually from education, we should know about the two answer. We need to get the two answer from the education. What is the purpose of education? Why we need to educate? Or what is the need of this education means? Okay, it will give the answer about the two questions. So, what to do and then how to do. So that is important. So what to do means before starting anything, I have a clarity on what I have to do. So I have some clarity, then only I can do my all my tasks with the completeness. I want to complete my task means before that I need to know what I have to do. Then only I can able to complete my task correctly. Without knowing what, directly I'm jumping into the task and then I'm completing my task means I cannot fulfill my task completely. I can able to complete the task, but whether fulfillment is I'm getting the fulfillment or not, so that is a big question. So before we have going to the technical education, first we should know about the value education. So why this topic for you people means you are the future of India. You should know about the value education. Because even in the future generation, you can mingle with the robotics. All your day-to-day life will be a deal by the robotics also. We all have less interaction with the humans, and we all have okay, less knowledge on the value. So this is important for all the young generation students. So that's why today I'm sharing these thoughts to you people. So value education is important. So through the value education, you can know the meaning of what to do. So what to do, the answer will be given by the value education only. So then you can move on to the how to do, that is called as technical education. So in all the higher education institution, they are following the technical education. So nowadays, okay, now the AICT introduced this value education to all the higher educational institutions. So this is a mandate course for all your first year people. You have the semester one, you have the subject of your universal human value one, and then next semester you will study about the universal human value two, because it is a mandate one for all the young generation. Because if people are future generation, you should know about value. Okay, I think you are not able to chat as well as unmute yourself due to this whole crowd. Okay, anyone know about what is mean by value? So before I am entering into the value education, so first we will know about the meaning of the value. So generally, the value is mean by not in the sense of the money or a cost. So this is measured by the participation of the things. Okay, I will say one small example. Usually, I will take this example even in a class also. The pen, the role of the pen. Okay, we can say what is the value for the pen. So the value for the pen means not in the cost wise. Okay, I'm asking the value of the real value of the pen. The pen is used for writing process. The invention of this pen is used for the teaching, learning, as well as the writing process. Okay, this is the value of the pen. So if you are using the pen for this right utilization, that is called as a value. Okay, the pen is used for the writing process means that is the value of the pen. So here the meaning about the value is nothing but the participation, the everything's what is its participation. So how it is participated, so based on that it value will be measured. And then the meaning of the value, it will not vary, it is a definite one. Okay, it will not vary based on the person wise, time wise, and then the culture wise, it will not vary. The value means is a fixed one, it will never change. So the pen, the purpose of the pen is it is used for the teaching learning process. It will not vary, even the teacher will uses a pen also the same value. And then even a small child is trying to write something, so the value of the pen is the same. It will not vary, depends upon the person to person. It's a fixed one. Okay, so through this value education, you can explore the three questions answers. Who am I? What is my, okay, what is my purpose and what is my role? So these three you have to explore yourself. So who am I? What is my purpose? And what is my role in the whole nature? So these three questions you have to explore yourself first. This is very, very important for all the young generation, because you are unknowingly you are involving in all other activities. So before entering into any activity, you should know what is my purpose, what is my need, so what is the value of myself. So that is also important. The human value is important. What is the value of the human? So what is the purpose of the human? So here the human value is measured by the participation. How you are participating as an individual, how you are behaving as an individual, how you are behaving as a, in your family, how you are behaving in a society, and how you are behaving in a nature. So this 4 is called as the nature. So here in nature means first you start with the individual person, then the family level, next society level, then finally nature or existence. So this 4 we need to satisfy as a human. So these 4 is very, very important. Within this only we all are living. So as a human, what is my value? A individual level, what is my value? What is my participation as as a individual? And what is my participation in the family? What is my participation in the society? What is my participation in the nature? So this is important. So through the education, so okay, generally the holistic education is nothing but not only is a technical education, we need a value education. So the holistic education, our holistic perspective of education is nothing but we should know about the value education as well as the technical education. These two are very, very important. So without one we cannot sustain, because both are important to get a holistic perspective of education. And one more thing, the who is responsible to provide this holistic education? Okay, so this is a big question. So I told the meaning of a value education as well as the technical education. Value education is nothing but it gives answer for what to do. That is called as value education. Technical education means how to do. So through value education, I can explore myself what I'm going to do. That clarity I can get. But in technical education, I can improve my skill. So through skill improvement, I can get a good job. But even though, what is my purpose? Whether it is satisfied or not. So that is a big question mark. So to get a fulfillment in our life, so we need both education, value education as well as this technical education. So here the big question, who is responsible to provide this education, value as well as a technical education? Okay, we can say the stakeholders involved in this uh, providing this holistic education is parents, teachers, and society. So who is taking more responsibility to provide the value education? That is the holistic education. We cannot say the parent as well as society. Always again it comes to the teacher role only, because all the students, they are spending the much of the time with the school, that is college level. Now you people are the college students, so you are spending much of your time in the college only. So here the more responsibility is given to the teachers only. So they are the responsible person to teach the value education along with the technical education. So the teacher role is to teach the value for the students. So the value is nothing but the participation in a right way or right utilization. So that is the value. Okay, everyone you have some need. So yes, if I ask to students, what is your need, means they say, okay, you people are a young generation, you have started with a new journey of the college life. Okay, I will ask the question. So what is your aim? What is your need? Means definitely you will say, okay, I have okay joined with the AI course. So I want to become a AI engineer. So I have to get a good job. So that is your need. But actually, this is not our real need. Okay, it is needed. But the real need is we need to satisfy ourself. Okay, self with the fulfillment, with the happiness. So that is important. Okay, I think these terms are new to you people, because you are hearing the first time of these words, happiness and then mutual fulfillment as well as the prosperity and then the proposal. So these two words, okay, these kind of words I'm going to use for my session. These terms are new to you people. Okay, anyway, you try to follow this, and detailing you can get this session about the your course, because you have this course. Okay, here in this, the role of the teacher is to educate a student in a value education. Here, so the value I already told, the participation. So the best example I have given, the chalk roll as well as the pen roll is how we are using. Writing purpose, we are using the pen, means that is the value of the pen. Instead of writing purpose, I'm using the pen for playing, means it is not the value of the pen. As well as the value will not be vary. It is fixed. It will not vary for the person wise and place wise. So this is about the value education. Wait, I will show some slides. Yeah. So here the education has a responsibility to facilitate understanding what to do. That is called as valuable for the human being. And learning how to do is called as a skill or technological education or technical education. So as a human being, we should know about what is valuable. And then we have to move on to the how to do. That is called as technical education. So these two is need for holistic education. And here both are required, because without one we cannot fulfill. Okay, as a human we need both the value education as well as the technical education. So both are important only. We have to give a priority for both. But nowadays, in all education, we are giving more priority to the technical education because we are running to get a job, and then we have to place the students in the right company. So always we are focusing more priority to skill education. But even though we have to give a importance to value education also, both are needed for the human being. So value as well as the technical knowledge. So here the priority is understanding what to do is called as value education. So learning how to do or doing something, that is called as the technical education. So this is about the education role. So through the education, we should get the value as well as the technical skill. So that education is called as a holistic perspective of education. So always we are currently giving a priority for how to do only. So as I have discussed more about this how to do education. Currently we are focusing on only this how to do education only. And then next is here again, what to do is valuable. And one more slide, because I have only short period of time, so I have to jump on to the next. Okay. So next is what is okay, deciding what to do or what is valuable. So can we able to decide what is valuable in your right way? So what is valuable? Now I think you all know the meaning of what is value. Now you can decide what is value. Okay, think about that. Okay. So can we decide what is valuable on your own right? And then before now you have an understanding of the value. So here I will use one more word, that is called as proposal. The proposal means whatever the dialogues or whatever things are comes to you, you have to okay, verify that before accepting that either is a true or false. You have to realize that you have to assume yourself whether it is right or wrong. So you have to initiate some dialogue within you, then you have to accept that. So that is called as the proposal. So you okay, in day to day you are interacting with all the humans. So okay, you are interacting with your friend is suggesting something to you. Okay, we are going to do something, likewise he is proposing something. So before accepting that, you have to verify that whether it is needed one, whether it is fulfill my need. Likewise you have to think before taking a decision. So before accepting to your friend request, you have to decide within yourself whether it is true or bad. So then you have to take a decision. So this is called as the natural acceptance. So always you have to take a decision based on the natural acceptance. You are accepting your friend's request. You have to think whether it is right or wrong. It is acceptable for all the world, that is a globe. It will be acceptable or not. So that is called as naturally acceptable. You are doing okay, you people are deciding to help for the poor people, so that is naturally acceptable. But instead of that, one other example, your friend is giving a suggestion to today we will cut the class, and then we will go for the we will bunk the class, and we will go on some place, and then we will chat something. Likewise he's giving a request to you. So before taking a decision, you have to decide whether it is naturally acceptable. So this is my purpose, whether I have to do or not. Likewise you have to think before taking a decision. Then you have to give a acceptance to your friend. So this is called as taking a right decision before accepting the proposal. So this is important for all the young generations. Before doing something, you have to verify that proposals, either it is right or wrong, it is suitable for me or not. Likewise you have to think, you have to initiate some dialogue within you. So first you have to initiate a dialogue within your friend, then later on you have to initiate within yourself, either I'm doing a right way or whether I'm going in a right way, whether it is useful for me. Likewise you have to arise some questions within you, then you have to take a decision. So this is called as the right way of purpose of the human, and then you are going in a right way. So this is about taking a decision. And next is the need of value education. Again it is useful for the understanding what to do. So that is the value education. And then next is again the value is nothing but the again this the same example is given here. The chalk writes on the blackboard in the classroom, it is called as the value for the chalk. Instead of that we are using for playing or some other purpose, means it is not the value for the chalk. Likewise you have to raise a question within you, what is my value as a human, what is my value? So as an individual, what is my value? Okay, what is my participation in my family? What is my participation in the society? What is my participation in the nature? So likewise you have to think within yourself. So that is called as real value of the human being. So all the human being need is we want to be happy. So that is the need of all the human being. When you will be happy, okay, at this level, okay, you are joining the college, whatever your expectation, all will be fulfilled in the college life, means you will be happy. But ultimately, it is not a real happiness. It is a temporary happiness only. Okay, generally the human means it's a combination of the two terms. We will use here another two terms, self and body. The human being is nothing but the definition for the human being is self and body. The existence of human being is a combination of self and body. The self means our inner thinking, inner thoughts is called as self, and then the body means our external look is called as a body. So whatever we are thinking currently, the happiness means that is will satisfy only our body need. It's all our temporary happiness only. If you want to really fulfill your self happiness means, so that is different. So you have to understand the meaning of value only, you can realize your real happiness of yourself. But whatever you are thinking now, the happiness, it is not a real happiness, it will satisfy only your body need. For example, I could say one example. Okay, you want to eat something, so which one you will, your favorite dish, so you are getting that favorite dish, so at that time you will get happiness or not, you can think. Okay, you, for example, you want to eat some chat item or some any items you want to eat, you have that item with near, okay, in front of you, with the many plates are available. So 10 plates are available, all 10 plates can you able to eat? Never. You can eat only the small amount only. So at the time only you will get a happiness, it is not a real happiness. So it is not mean to your inner happiness. So inner happiness means the self happiness. The self happiness means you should be happy as well as you make others also happy. That is the real happiness. Okay, I'm happy always means it is not depends on myself, because I'm living with the environment. So I have to take care of all my environment, not only for the living things, all the non-living things also available here. So you have to okay, concentrate on all things, even the trees or animals also is available in this nature. So you have to take care of all the things, you have to behave same in all the people. Okay, I know the meaning of the value means I can respect. How you are giving a respect to the elders? So not only the human, even for animal also, how you are respecting the animals, how you are treating the plants and trees, that is also play an important role of value of the human. So if I am a valuable person means I have to give a respect to the elder persons, and I have to treat all my nature in the same way. So that is a real value of the human being. I think I can able to talk much on this topic. I think you have a next break time, as well as next 11:30 you have another session. So until I have stopped this session, we will detailedly discuss about this topic. Okay, in the during your physical session, we will discuss detailedly about this value education. So as of now, okay, my thought of today's session is the value education means what to do. So you have clarity, then only you can reach your goal correctly. Another best example, okay, you are planning to travel in some place. Okay, you don't have clarity in what way I have to go, in which bus I have to go, or which train I have to go, without any plan, without any clarity. You want to reach your place means definitely you cannot reach. So that is called as the value education. So first you have to get a clarity what to do. So that is called as the value education. So you have to get the clarity on what to do, what I really need, what is my what who am I, what is my purpose, and what is my role in this existence. So these questions is important. So you please explore the self, explore yourself about who am I, what is my purpose, whether I'm a valuable human being, whether I'm giving equally treat to all the people, whether I'm giving equal respect to all the people, whether okay, my happiness will not affect the other people or not. Like we said, so many things are there. So you have to initiate the dialogues within you, and we will discuss detailedly on the physical session. Ma'am, shall I wind or I have to continue, ma'am? Because I think the time is 11:12. Yes.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, because
That's fine.
okay, I can handle, but we have another session now. It's a technical session. Yeah. Okay. Thank you all students. Okay, this during this less time I couldn't cover much about the subject because this is a big topic. Within 15 minutes of time, we cannot discuss much about this value education. So we have to discuss more. The more the real examples are there, then only you can able to understand. But why this topic is given to you in this first day of Freshers Day means it is an essential topic because the value of human is important. As of now, we are interacting with only the electronic gadgets. We will have a less interaction with the people communication. Even everything, the shopping, everything is through online. We are reaching everything. So we have a less interaction with the human. Something, any disasters, that time only we have some human nature, human kind of helping tendencies are coming. So, as a okay, young generation, you should know the value education. So, we will discuss detailedly in the physical session. So, thank you all, and then thank you for this opportunity. I thank our management, SRM University. So, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful speech. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. First of all, I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. R. Deepalakshmi ma'am, for readily accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion with her presence. I'm sure your inputs would have motivated the student to start working towards their goals. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah,
I
thank
take
you.
this opportunity to thank our management and faculty for the constant support and guidance they provide to the students. On behalf of our institution, I extend my warm gratitude to everyone. Thank you all.
Yeah, shall I leave? Yes, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
I'm leaving. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Students will be breaking for a while, 15 minutes, and the next session will start at 11:30 sharp. Kindly rejoin. 11:30, I repeat, next session will start at 11:30.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning,
Sir,
sir. Sir, we'll start
Yeah.
with a small formal introduction, sir.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. As our third session of the day, we'll be looking at unlocking the challenges in communication. I request Ramya of third year cybersecurity to deliver the resource person introduction. Thank you.
Rajesh Bhujan is an assistant professor, research supervisor, and senior communication trainer with a doctoral degree in English literature. He received his BA in English literature from Sri Ramakrishna Mission Vidyalaya College of Arts and Science in 2006 and an MA from Loyola College, Chennai in 2008. He earned his MPhil in English language teaching from Bharatiyar University in 2009. He earned his PhD in literature from Government Arts College, Coimbatore in 2021. He holds a total of 11 years of work experience in field of teaching and is at present working as assistant professor in Department of English and Foreign Languages at SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Tiruchirappalli campus. Dr. Rajesh is the founder of The Dawn Publishers and the editor-in-chief of the Dawn Journal, and internationally recognized multidisciplinary, peer-reviewed academic and exploratory journal. Dr. Rajesh is an equivalent speaker, trainer, and prolific writer with over a decade of experience in teaching. He is specialist in communication and campus training. He holds a track record of efficient training thousands of students from engineering and arts and science disciplinaries in the area of verbal ability, proficiency tests, and competitive examination. He has secured both British Council certified CFR C1 advanced level in English proficiency and English First Standard English Test SCT certified CFER C2 proficient in English. He was awarded the Distinguished Teacher Award for Excellence in English 2023 by MTC Global and Indus Business Academy, Bangalore. He received the National Best Nation Builder Teacher Award 2023 for his contribution in the field of education and research by Avishkar Foundation, Solapur. He is the ardent lover of poetry and has been composing poems since 2004. We welcome him, sir.
Sir, kindly unmute yourself. Yes, Rana. Sir, sorry for the interruption. Kindly unmute yourself, sir. Thank you.
Sir, we are unable to hear you. I think you're muted.
Is it audible?
Yes, sir, now it is audible.
Okay, great. Very good morning to all. Sorry for that delay. There was some technical issue on my side. Yeah, so first and foremost, I would like to thank our institution, the organizers, and the management for giving me this opportunity to talk, deliver an address for the students. And let me share my screen. Please confirm it is whether you're able to see the slide. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yes,
Okay, great. So today's topic is going to be about communication. We have been speaking a lot about communication these days, and I'm going to specifically deal with
Sir,
the challenges
excuse me,
that we
sir.
normally do. Yes, ma'am.
Sir,
Yes.
we are able to see a white screen.
Okay, the PowerPoint is not visible.
No, sir, it's not.
But it is showing to me. 1 minute, let me check. It says it's already sharing. Still, it's not visible for you. Let me retry it. 1 minute. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. Now it's visible.
Okay, you're able to see the title, no? Unlocking the challenges
Yes,
in
sir.
communication.
Yes, sir. We are
Okay,
able to
great.
see the title.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we have been discussing a lot about communication and the importance of it, and why it's very important for engineering students and for people who are planning to get into business, etc. Now, the most important thing about communication is it's very easy to, for example, if someone is not strong in communication, it's very easy to go to them and say, why don't you practice? People used to tell that, just practice. But the problem is, are we following it? Are we, taking the strategies into consideration? Are we, putting efforts to really, practice every day? That always remains a question. We don't do it normally, okay? And we just go to the flow. And in the wide spectrum, you will see that when you don't practice anything, things. So what we have to do is we have to get into a lot of practice. But for that, we have to identify problems first, and we have to also identify the challenges first. We should know, what any challenges I have personally, so that when I, try to focus on it, try to identify the problem and try to overcome that, and then I get into, the process of practicing, it will definitely lead us to some kind of result. But are we doing it? I'm not very sure. Most of us will not be doing it. Okay, people used to. You have to read. You have to, practice vocabulary every day. You take up some few words from the dictionary and start learning it, and then you try to use them when you are communicating. But all these processes involve a lot of effort, which we do not normally engage in. So my advice for all of you is that when you think about communication, when you want the standard of communication to improve, you have to put a lot of effort. That is what this slide is going to talk about. So for that, I want you to take a piece of paper or pen or notepad, whatever is within your reach. Please open that and just answer these questions. I want you guys to be interactive, and I think we have very limited time, so I'll just go a bit fast. So what I want you to do is just answer the questions that appears on the screen. Okay, you can write one or two answers, not more than that. and randomly you can post that answer in the chat box. Okay. Yeah. Are you able to see the question? Is the question visible to you?
No, sir. The slide is still in the title slide.
Okay, I think there's some internet issue from our side because it's lagging.
Now we are able to see the question, sir.
Okay, you're able to see the question. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay, then I'll do one thing. Let me just pause my video so that I think that would be better. We'll have some kind of internet connectivity. Okay. Yeah, you're able to see the question now?
Yes, sir. We are able to see the question.
Okay, now what I want you to do is I want all of you to reflect on the question. Now this talks about your past, okay? Not right now, okay? It talks about your past. What was your challenge with respect to communication? What was your challenge with respect to communication? Did you face and overcome it? If yes, how? You can put it in just 1 or 2 lines in the chat box. And each answer that you give is supposed to be unique, okay? I hope you understood the question. The question is, when it comes to communication, what challenges you faced previously in your life? Maybe in your school days, and in
Excuse
case
me,
you
sir.
faced any challenge. Yes.
Students, the chat box has been opened, so you can post your answers in that.
Okay. Okay. Can you post your answers, dear? Listening songs. Now I'm asking about challenges that you faced with respect to communication. You wanted to do something, but you were unable to do it because of some reason, right? Maybe speaking on a stage or speaking fluently. It could be anything. Something like that I'm asking. Okay, stage fear. 1 minute. Come up with the words. Okay, vocabulary. You were not strong. Right. And some of them have, yeah, lack of vocabulary. Right. Stage fear. Pranav says stage fear. Whenever I speak in front of crowd or group, I become very nervous and can't communicate properly. Okay, good. Okay, some of you, yeah, Srishant says he's an extrovert, so he has no issues. Good. Hesitation, very good. Yeah. So each of us, we always have some kind of problem when it comes to communication. Okay, in the past, in the current period, and maybe in the future also, because we'll have a lot of challenges to face in the future as well, right? Yeah, fluency, stage fear. Great. Okay. Yeah, we'll go beyond that now. Now, the purpose of asking this question is to ensure that you have some understanding about your past with respect to communication. Now that you know that you have been into some kind of difficulties in the past with respect to communication, the next question is, did you face and overcome it? In case you have faced and overcome it, how did you do it? What was the strategy that you adopted in order to overcome that problem? You just tell me in one word. Just tell me in one word. If it's, for example, vocabulary issues, what did you do? For example, reading, or if it was stage fear, what did you do? Okay, practice, reading books. Okay, practice. I hope that all of you would have practiced. If it is so, then it is well and good. Yeah, practicing in front of mirror. Okay, very good. Okay, you started speaking to yourself in a mirror. Very good. Okay, voice chat, video chat. Fine. Yeah, yeah. Awesome. Good. So you have taken some kind of you know efforts in order to overcome your difficulties. So that is a very good sign. Okay. So whatever be the problem, when it comes to communication, if you want to move forward, the first thing that you have to do is recognize your problem first, understand your difficulties first, and then get into some kind of solution. Take some steps in order to overcome that challenge. Okay, that is the purpose of the entire session. Okay, yeah, very good. Now the next question is the same, but it refers to your current moment. Okay, please understand the next question. I've changed the slide now. The next question is, what is your challenge right now? Okay, and have you taken any steps to resolve it? Now the challenge that you expressed before, maybe it would have happened in your school days, possibly 6 months before, or say 1 year ago, something like that, right? But now, as transition period from your school to university, what challenges are you facing now with respect to communication? We'll restrict to communication. Okay, so what challenges are you facing? Can you put it in the chat box? Okay, Devakrishna says, I'm still very afraid to approach new people. Great. So becoming social, it's kind of difficult, but you're trying to. Very good. To speak to a friend, family. Social anxiety. It's interesting to see that people are, worried about uh, being in crowd, to interact with people around us. First, we have to listen. Then we have to talk according to it. Okay, a lot of people have mentioned social anxiety. Yeah, but that is not a big problem, because once you come into the fold, then you talk to everybody. It's going to be simple. Okay. The only thing is, you shouldn't hesitate yourself. You have to come out and start speaking to others, and don't simply be as an introvert, taking things inside. Okay, you have to let it go. You have to talk to people. You have to learn from others. All these things you do, your social anxiety will slowly get reduced. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of answers here. Improving listening skills, introverts, scared of being judged. Very good. Now I would say that is criticism, that people may criticize us. They may criticize our actions, what people will think, what people will say. We are always worried about that. We are very conscious about that, right? Yeah, but that can be overcome as well. Hesitation. Okay, good. Okay, let us not ponder over this question for a long time. We'll move forward. Okay, now that there is a transition period that involves your transition from your school days to the university level. Now you will have to face a lot of new challenges, new difficulties. The communication, the problems associated with communication is always standard. Okay, it doesn't vary. It's always same, but only the environment changes. The situation, circumstances, those things change, and now you have the responsibility to adapt yourself for that new situations. So the first thing that you have to do is evaluate the situation, evaluate the circumstance, evaluate your environment, observe, start observing things. Okay, look forward to things, start observing them, find out what could go wrong, where I should be very cautious, what I should do in order to rectify my issues. All these questions you should ask to yourself, and this we call it as self reflection or self evaluation. Okay, so once you are getting into a new environment, you need to first understand the entire environment and find out, okay, what sort of people are there, what are the things that are expected in the organization, where are the places I can reach in order to equip myself, be it library or be it any other clubs, What resources can I make use of in order to equip my skills? All these questions you have to ask yourself. Nobody is going to come and hold you by hand and take you to every place. You have to do things on your own now. So that is the point that I would like to stress here. In the school days, your teachers were there to guide you, but at the college or the university level, you are expected to do things on your own. Though we have faculty members, mentors, we have people to help you out, but it doesn't mean that they'll always be there to taking care of you. It doesn't mean that. So we are giving you that autonomy, that independence to learn things on your own. So that is the transition that we are looking forward, and we want you to do that as well. Okay, I have a comment here. No matter how much I try, they won't let me speak in English. It happens. It happens because the environment is such. So we can't simply keep blaming others now. If you're very rigid, if you want to speak in English, by all means, you can still do it. It doesn't matter, no, whether others are listening or whether others are commenting on it. If you want to, improve your communication, you need to take that effort. So you can come to a conclusion that no matter what, whoever speaks to me in whatever language, I'm not worried. I'm going to respond to them in English. Take that stand. If you can take that stand, I think it would work out. Probably once or twice people would comment on you, and afterwards they will come to an understanding. Okay, now this person always speaks in English, fine. So nobody's going to worry about that behavior. So I want you guys to take that stand. Okay, good. Okay, you are mentioning a lot of comments here, but I'm unable to read it. Maybe we'll discuss all those things when we meet. Yeah, so I'll move on. I'll move on to the next slide. I hope you understand the difference between your past and your present challenges right now. The next one is your future. Future in the sense, I'm not going to ask you to be prospective for the next 5 years. What I'm asking here is, what is your next challenge that you want to address with respect to communication? Now you see, I'll give you an example. Now that you have identified you're not good in, say, vocabulary, for example, now your next or the future challenge would be to improve your vocabulary. So what I'm asking here is, how are you planning to overcome that particular difficulty? If it's vocabulary is your issue, how are you planning to deal with it? That you need to mention. Okay, reading, speaking. Exactly. But the point here is, you need to address your problem. Okay, you cannot take a common problem and then have a general solution. That is not the way to do it. Instead, what you do is find out your weak area. Okay, uh, find out your weak area and then tap on it. Okay, take measures to rectify those errors, those difficulties. That would really give you some kind of progress. Okay, that would definitely help you out. So for example, imagine you're having a lot of problem facing the stage. Okay, a stage is not a different place here. The place where you stand can also be a stage if people surround you, right? So the first thing that you have to let go of your mind is this: don't consider stage to be a different place. It is a place where you are. It's already a place where you stand or sit, right? You can still make that place a stage. Now the problem is, you have to make that place very comfortable. You have to make it very comfortable. You have to make it a comfort zone, so that when it comes to communication, you can do it effortlessly without any problem. See, mistakes happen. Let's not bother about mistakes, but still try to do our best. Okay, that particular thing you have to try. Okay, yeah, many of you have saying that reading books, listening podcasts, yeah, very good. All these things will work out, but you have to do it for a long time, not just, say for 1 month or twice. It wouldn't work. You have to do it for a long time. Good. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. Now, based on whatever you have written in your notepad or whatever you have self-reflected on yourself, I hope you're able to see the slide. Is it visible? Is it visible? Dear, is it visible? Okay, I hope it is visible to you. So let me proceed. Now, I've given you some, okay, thank you. I've given you some general inputs on what could be the innate challenges and solutions. When we talk about innate challenges, it means something that is internal, not external. Okay, innate means internal. So some of the internal challenges are fear of stage or audience. It doesn't happen from outside, it is a internal feeling. Okay, you look at a crowd and you start worrying internally. That is what it means. It's an innate challenge. Fear of mistakes, again, fear of criticism, lack of confidence, lack of preparation, hesitation, shyness. You look at all these things, all these are innate in nature. That means when you are worrying about yourself, when you're not prepared, when you're not confident, when you're not happy about something, a lot of anxiety occurs, happens, and the entire biological atmosphere is getting disturbed in you, and because of that the outcome is not great. Okay, the outcome is not great. Okay. For example, if I'm not prepared, I may not, I may not perform well. It's very simple, as simple as that. Okay, likewise, if I don't have particular knowledge of a particular subject, I may not be able to teach that subject well. Okay, so what I have to do is I have to equip myself with whatever is required in order to produce a good progress, you know, or a good solution. So for that, a lot of practice, a lot of effort has to be taken. Now you have to find out what kind of innate challenges you guys are facing, and based on that, you have to work on those challenges and see whether you can rectify those challenges in a slow and steady manner. It cannot be done overnight. Okay, it needs to be done in a in a lengthy manner. Okay, it takes time. So first try to identify those challenges and then slowly try to rectify them from your uh, this thing. Now, these are common problems. Okay, most of the students will have these problems. Okay, stage fear, lack of confidence, you're not strong in grammar sometimes, you're not strong in vocabulary. Some, as pointed out in the comment, there is people from different mediums. Okay, so for them medium could be a problem. Exposure, some students would not have got that much of exposure, so because of that they may be lacking a lot. Comprehension means understanding here. So people may have difficulty in understanding certain things. Okay, that is referred as comprehension here. And those students who are having difficulties with pronunciation, say students from say Kerala, like Malayalam or Tamil, they would have this MTI for mother tongue influence. We call it as mother tongue influence. Okay, so those things are with the pronunciation stuff. And fluency is something which is very general. If you're very strong in vocabulary and if you're practicing speaking every day, fluency would automatically come. So these are certain things that is required of you, and you guys have to make sure that you are strong in these areas. Okay, we don't expect you to become effective communicators. We don't expect you to become that, but what we expect is You people have to be very good, confident in terms of communication so that you're growing in your professional career, be it an interview or be it any kind of oral examination, you're able to clear it confidently. That is the thing that we are expecting at this level. Okay. So the first slide, the things that I'm showing you right now, these are all things that you guys have to improve upon. Okay, these are the things that you have to make sure that you will improve on a daily basis. Okay, you have to do this. The next, this one, in order to improve those set of skills, you need to have some traits or qualities, right? Those qualities are mentioned here. The first quality is that you have to be very positive. Okay, try to have a positive perspective of everything, not restricting it to communication. Try to be positive always, irrespective of the challenges and problems that you're facing in life. Try to be positive. Try to tell yourself, I can do it. I want to do it because of these reasons. I should improve my fluency in a year. I have to do it. I have to enhance my vocabulary, say for in 6 months. I have to do that. That is your target. That is your goal. So for that, you should have some positivity in you. Okay. So try to be positive and clear vision. Here you should know why you're planning to do something. Why you want to do something. So have a clear vision. See, for example, I want to improve my language because when I come to final year and when I'm facing the campus recruitment, I have to be very super strong in communication. I have to answer all the questions the HR will put to me. I have to, speak during the interview process. This is the goal that I have, and I'm very clear about it. For that, I have to improve my communication. So I would spend, say, for example, 1 hour per day or 2 hours per day fine tuning my language skills on a daily basis so that I achieve my goal when I come to final year. So this is an example I'm telling. Like that, you should have a clear vision. Then the third one is a realistic goal. Realistic goal means you cannot think of something which you can never achieve, right? Your goals should be realistic. That means achievable goals. What I said earlier, like by the time you come for your final year, you have to improve your vocabulary, is a realistic goal. It can be achieved. But imagine the same situation. Like, for example, you say, I want to become very good in language within next 2 days. Is it possible? It's definitely not possible, right? It's not realistic. So when you set goals, you make sure that you set realistic goals. Realistic is nothing but something which is achievable with efforts. Okay. And the next one is resources. Now, when we talk about resources, it could be faculty members, it could be your organization, it could be libraries, or it could be applications that you are using in the phone, it could be dictionaries, it could be anything. Resources are literally anything, any material that you use in order to fine tune your process. Okay, so make sure you depend on different types of resources. That is very important. The next one is knowledge. So knowledge is something that we have to some extent, but then we keep feeding it on a daily basis so that we come to know about a lot of things. So this is drastically changing. Okay, and you have to keep moving, improving your knowledge by feeding it with different sorts of from different disciplines, from different domains. You have to feed it. Okay, for example, I'll tell you, if you're interested in poetry, you read poetry, but it doesn't mean that you're not supposed to read fiction or non-fiction, right? You should have some understanding about those areas also. Likewise, technical books, okay, motivational books. So you always try to improve your knowledge in such a way that you are learning from different genres. disciplines. Try to do that. The next one is priority. Set priority. See, most of our actions don't work properly because we are not setting priorities. If you're able to set proper priority for every action, you know which action is very important. Action can be done. If you can set such type of priorities, I think it's going to be very easy for you to achieve your realistic goals. Okay, so as you're coming into your first year, have a plan, have a realistic goal. In the first semester, with respect to language or communication, I would like to do this. In the second semester, I would like to achieve this. Likewise, you plan for all your semesters. Planning for semesters is very easy. Okay, so that time period of 6 months or 5 months, whatever it is, it's going to give you enough time to take your effort to the next level. But the most important thing is you set priority and stay motivated so that you reach your goal. You try it. Okay, set priorities. Then strategies. Strategy is how you will do it. What method, what approach, what way you will be able to do it. I'll give you one example. For example, if you want to improve your vocabulary, the only way is through listening and reading. We all know that, right? We all know that. So either you have to listen on a daily basis or read on a daily basis. If you don't do that, definitely your listening skills or your vocabulary skills may not improve. So how would you do that? Spend one exclusive hour for that. 1 hour you keep listening every day. Any any genre, that is fine. You keep listening every day. And another 1 hour start reading. Spending 2 hours per day is not a big time, so you can spend. So every day 2 hours you spend for your language, and try to improve on the strategies. If you can stay focused and practice, definitely in less than 3 months or 6 months you will be able to notice some difference in your language, be it in writing, be it in speaking. You will notice some difference. Okay, so you adopt strategies whichever will work out for you. Now strategies should be adopted according to people. Common strategies will not work out. Each strategy should be unique. What works for you may not work for me, so I should design my own strategy. So you do that. And next one is determination. Determination is something that each one of us should hold on to if you want to achieve something. Okay, there can be good times, there can be bad times. No matter what, I'm always determined to achieve my goal. So be determined. That is one thing. And the next one is self-driven. What is self-driven? Any idea what is self-driven? In the chat box, please. What is self-driven? Okay, self-driven means you tend to do things on your own. As I told you now earlier, an example I gave you, when you're coming from school and getting into the university, now we are expecting you to be independent, do things on your own, learn things on your own. Okay, now self-driven, that is what is self-driven. Self-driving, automated tasks. We talk about self-driving, no, same kind of thing. Now we want you guys to be self-driven. So that means you should know what is important for you. You should also do things that will take you to the next level. Self-motivated. Okay, without depending on anyone. Okay, is everything clear so far? Is everything clear so far? Can someone respond, ma? Is everything clear so far?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, Ma. Thank you. Yeah, I have a lot to discuss, but then I don't know like whether we'll have time to do it. In case if it's not, we'll do it when you come directly to the campus. Okay, now the next slide, is it visible?
Yes, sir. It is
Is
visible.
this slide is it visible? Yeah. So what we are seeing here is something which is very important. Okay, most of us, you see, we are in this dark gray area. We are in the comfort zone. What is a comfort zone? A comfort zone is a place where we are very comfortable. Nobody is troubling us. Nobody is disturbing us. There are no challenges. There are no difficulties. There are no problems. We are very fine. We are happy, and we are like enjoying ourselves. That's now comfort zone is not great, it's not good. Okay, now we have to move from comfort zone to the next different zones. Now as per the diagram you see here, the next zone is fear zone, which all of us have this. We are now and then we are getting into the fear zone and coming out. For example, if suddenly I call one person and ask them to go to the stage, now that person is entering the fear zone. And if I say, okay, you complete it and come back, then again when the person comes back to the comfort zone, he feels comfortable. Okay, so fear zone is not permanent, it comes and goes in our life as of now. Okay, we just, whenever we are taking some risk, whenever we are doing something which is not comfortable to us, we are getting into the fear zone. But the problem is, only when we are forced to do something, we do that, we get into the fear zone. Voluntarily, very less students or very less people will move into the fear zone. It doesn't happen voluntarily because people have to force. Only volunteers know to let me try that, sir. Let me speak on this topic. So nobody comes forward except very few students. Okay. So what we should do here is we have to make it a priority that we always keep moving from comfort zone to the other zone voluntarily. Okay, with interest, even if it's a risky business, we have to do it because we have to know our level. We have to improve our strengths. So for that, moving away from the comfort zone matters a lot. So what people do is people, try not to go to fear zone by saying a lot of excuses. They say, I'm not comfortable, sir. I need preparation time, sir. I'm not okay with it. Like that, many excuses. But irrespective of that, if a student can move away from the comfort zone to the fear zone constantly, I mean, whenever he gets an opportunity, he does that, definitely he's going to the learning zone. But without, crossing the fear zone, a person cannot enter into the next two zones. There's the learning zone and the growth zone. A person cannot enter to that zone without crossing the fear zone. So crossing the fear zone is very important. So no matter what actions you are doing, everywhere there is a risk. Okay, everywhere there is a risk, and we have to tackle that risk and start moving forward so that we get into the learning zone and then finally to the growth zone. Okay, now when we talk about growth zone, sorry, when we talk about the learning zone, here what happens is that it is at this particular level you tend to understand a lot about yourself. You tend to understand about your strengths, you tend to understand about your weaknesses, you tend to know what you are good at, what can be done. All those things you are learning in this area, and you would also, you're trying to improve your skills, existing skills also you're trying to improve in that area. So all these things happen in the learning zone. And for example, you're doing a course, you're attending a conference, you're listening to this induction program right now. Or not voluntarily, you are in the learning zone. Now this particular session, or all the sessions that you are going to see forward, everything is going to educate you on some areas. They are equipping your existing knowledge. That means you're in the learning zone. I hope you understand. So the growth zone is something that will happen in your future. It is not, okay, it's not happening right now because you don't have defined goals, you don't have defined problems, you don't know your responsibilities at this age. Okay, so growth zone takes time. Maybe fast forward 5 years or 10 years from now, there is a chance that you may get into your growth zone. For example, when you step up into your career, when you're going for a job, when you're having a family, at that time the growth zone activates. So that is the last part of your career, where you're completely focused on fine tuning your skills, where you're completely focused on doing your responsibilities properly. You know what is required of you, what is required of others, what is required of the organization, what you're expected to do. Everything you know it by yourself. You don't have to seek advice from anywhere when you're in growth zone, because you know your strengths, you know what you want, you have very good understanding about your life, how it goes. So that is growth zone. But to put it very simply, we are all in the comfort zone right now, just starting. So that is why, if you could look at the edges of the slides, we have something called as not interested, participatory, to participatory, and interested. Now we can segregate learners into these four kinds. The basic level of learners, most of them fall under not interested and non-participatory. They are not interested. They don't want to participate. That is by default, they are like that. They are designed like that. Okay, they either they don't understand the benefits of getting into something, or they are not interested something. So most of us, like 60 to 80% of people, are in this particular site. So what we have to do is, as you cross your comfort zone and go to the fear zone and learning zone, you tend to become participatory and interested. From then on, no, you will never look back. You will never come back. You will always say, sir, I want to be a participatory learner, sir. I'm very interested in doing this, sir. I want to achieve this, sir. So my next goal is to do this. So I'm thinking of taking up a certificate course on this particular area, sir. You will have these ideas inculcated into your mind once you cross the comfort zone and the fear zone. But till then, until you cross these two zones, it's very difficult. Somebody has to, keep pushing you from the end. Now, I wish that all of you at least understand that you are there in the comfort zone, and this is not the place that we are supposed to be as learners, and we have to move forward in order to gain new skills. There is a great life out there, right? We have to explore it, we have to enjoy it, we have to relish it, so that you have to keep walking. I hope you would all do it, as you come to the institution. I want all of you to remember this particular diagram, and understand where you are and take steps to go to the next level. Maybe a lot of that can be discussed later on. Okay, can you see this next one? I hope you're able to see it. Now here is something that is skill and talent. They are related to each other. Being and becoming are related to each other. Now what I mean by this is very simple. We are in the beginning phase. That means I know I have some skills, but it's not great. I have to become something. I'm a being now, but I want to become somebody. I want to enhance my skills and enhance my abilities, become a different person altogether after some time. Maybe 3 years or 5 years from now, I should be a different person. That is becoming. Now what I want you to do is, you can take it as an assignment as well. Reflect on yourself as a person right now, and imagine yourself after 4 years, after your graduation. what would you want to become? Have a clear idea about that. What you want to become, have a very clear idea about that. Don't always flow with the river. Don't do that. If you flow with the river, you wouldn't know where the water is going to take you. You have to just keep flowing without risk, without effort, and without doing all the maneuvering stuff. You'll not be able to reach your destination if you just flow with the water. So when you're into a program, find out what is the purpose of joining this program and where am I heading to, where am I going to reach at the end. Have a very clear idea about your destination, and in the process, what should I develop? What are the things that are expected from me when I'm going to graduate? What skills I have to develop? All these questions you have to ask, and that is why I've given this kind of same diagram here. Okay, and skill and talent both are very different. Skill is at the beginning level, talent is at the end level. A skill can be turned into a talent, and people who are talented, they are always they always survive in the any situation. Role is sufficient. That is what I mean by this particular diagram. Okay, skill is required, but it is not sufficient. You have to convert your skills into talent. I'll give an example. I usually give this example everywhere I talk. For example, you know to drive. It's a skill that you have learned. You know to swim. It's a skill that you have learned. In case there is a a need for swimming, you would do it because you have learned it. In case somebody gives you a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler, ask you to drive, maybe an emergency or something, you would drive it because you have learned it. You're comfortable because you have learned it, you have skill and you drive it. Imagine somebody is asking you to participate in a, say, Formula One race, or imagine somebody is going to ask you to participate in a swimming contest or something. It would be difficult for us because you would question yourself. I know swimming, but I'm not that good. I cannot, enter into this competition. I can't do that. I'm not an expert in swimming. Likewise, I know driving, but I cannot drive in this situation. It's very difficult for me to drive. So that means your skill is always stayed as a skill. It is not converted into a talent. And that is not sufficient to survive in this world. I'm giving this very closed example only. You can think about this in numerous ways. So when you're able to convert your qualities or skills into talent, then surviving in this world is very easy, no matter what. It will be very easy for you to survive. You can do it. Okay. So this is the purpose of this particular slide. I hope this idea has reached you. And this is a very popular diagram. I don't know how many of you would have come across it. It's called a SWOT analysis. And normally when we talk about interpreting our strengths, weakness and all, we use this theory. Okay. So SWOT means strengths, weakness, opportunities and threats. So that means whatever you are very good at, those things comes under strengths. So you can write a number of points under strengths. Okay. And you can also mention a lot of points in weakness. You will have weakness. Okay. So those things you can mention on one side. And these two are internal factors. It's given there as internal factors, right? That means they are innate. This is within us. My strength, my weakness. Things are within me. Okay. Within my limitation. These are things, internal things. And the other two, the opportunities and threats, they are external factors. Okay, I'll give you an example. Imagine communication is your strength. Communication is your strength. Just imagine. And opportunity, keep it as an interview. Okay, opportunity is an interview. Now, as a person, you will not have a problem facing the interview because your strength is communication. There are no threats then. When you're very strong in communication, you'll be able to face the interview without any problem. That means you are avoiding threats there. There is no need for threats there. And there is no weakness at all because you are already strong in communication. So here, the weakness part and the threats part, they disappear in this example because your strength and opportunities are matching. Your communication and the environment where you're going to prove your communication is going to match because you're very strong in it. So like for every action, you can do a SWOT analysis and find out where you're strong, in which area you're weak, what has to be improved. All these things can be done in this, SWOT analysis. Now, for example, if we take up an exam, say you have not studied well, you have not prepared well. So that is a part of the weakness, right? You have not prepared well. Then what are the threats? The threats are external. The external means you may fail in the exam. If you are not very confident about a lot of questions, you may not be able to write any of the answers. Correct? So those are threats. Opportunities, when you have not studied well, when you have not done your preparation well, there are very less opportunities to clear that exam. So opportunities is less here. And strength, literally none, because you have not in this subject. There is no strength at all. You understand how things work here. I hope you understand. So what we have to do here is you have to take into consideration all the areas S, W, T, and whenever you are about to plan for something, say taking up a course or writing an exam or doing some kind of evaluation, you have to write the points here. You have to write some points for the strength, find out your weaknesses, look at the opportunities, and then analyze the threats and see where things can go wrong. Why do we use this method? To find out where things may go wrong, so that you can predetermine your issues and then you can rectify that when it comes to the actual doing it. So like that you can plan. That is the purpose of SWOT analysis. So where to start? I think I've given you some inputs. Now you're wondering where to start, what to do. Let's look into that. Okay, the first thing that I would recommend all of you to do is LSRW. You would have heard about it. Listening, speaking, reading, writing. I want all of you to practice that irrespective of which discipline you're going to study, irrespective of where you're from, which background you belong to. Let us not bother about those things. This is a common practice that I want each and every one of you to do it if you want to become very strong in communication. It's as simple as that. So first thing that you have to understand is the green thing that you're seeing here, listening and reading, they are called as receptive skills. And the other one, speaking and writing, they are called as productive skills. Now receptive means receiving information. Okay, you receive information. By listening, you get a lot of information. By reading, you gain knowledge, you gain vocabulary. Okay, you learn. So that means what? The concept is this: the more receptive skills you have, the better your productive skills. But if you don't practice, if you're not receptive, then your productive skills will go down. Most of the students, they come and always they tell us, sir, I'm not good at speaking. My writing is not good. I'm not able to speak well on stage. I'm not able to write without grammar. They keep complaining. But the problem is they don't spend most of the time on receptive skills. If they can do that on their own, then automatically the productive skills will be fine. So from today, pick up the habit of listening to anything you want, and reading any book that comes to your hand. Please do that, and definitely your productive skills will improve. For learning a language, I tell you, don't require a teacher. Don't require a teacher for learning a language. It must be done on our own, and nobody can come and help us with language. Only if I do, I'll be able to communicate well. I think this is what I want you guys to do.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, you are not audible for us, sir. Sir, can you please unmute yourself, sir? Sir, can you hear me, sir? Sir, you can unmute yourself now, sir.
Is it audible now?
Yes, sir, it is audible now. Sir,
Okay.
can we wind up the session, sir?
Yeah, we'll wind up. So that's it. What I would like to say is kindly, keep practicing, try to improve your language skills. I've given some inputs to you. Due to lack of time, I'm not able to cover the entire thing. But anyway, we'll try to meet and we'll discuss. So thank you very much for the opportunity given. Take care.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we will wind up with a formal vote of thanks.
Please,
session.
please. Yes, ma, please.
I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. First of all, I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. Rajesh Bhojan, for readily accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion with his presence. I'm sure your inputs would have motivated the students to start working towards their goal. Thank you so much, sir. I take this opportunity to thank our management and faculty for the concerned support and guidance they provide to the students. On behalf of our institution, I extend my warm gratitude to everyone. Thank you all.
Link to the feedback is being posted right now. Kindly fill it out. It is mandatory that you fill it. We are sending it again.
Next time.
Next session will start at 1:30 sharp. I repeat, next session will start at 1:30 sharp. You are all requested to join at 1:30. Thank you very much. Kindly fill out the feedback form. Students, you can leave the meeting and join back at 1:30.
Am I audible?
PPT.
I'm shall it for 2 minutes or shall we present a PPT or you shall present a PPT?
Let's start the session.
Ma'am, shall we start the session?
Yeah, sure. We can start the session, but then the file isn't visible for me. Like,
Yes, ma'am, we'll check it.
in this, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome you to the afternoon session of the Student Induction Program 2024-2025. In this session, we have the honor of hearing from an esteemed guest who brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to share with us. Our sole person for today's session is Dr. K. Sandhya. Dr. Sandhya is a highly respected figure in the field of psychiatry, currently serving as a senior resident of the Unit 1 of the Department of Psychiatry at Tiruchirappalli SRM Medical College and Hospital. With an impressive academic and professional background, Dr. Sandhya has dedicated her career to understanding and improving mental health, making significant contributions to both clinical practice and academic research. Dr. Sandhya completed her MBBS at Madurai Medical College and her MD in psychiatry at Government Mohan Kumaramangam Medical College and Hospital in Salem. Her extensive psychiatric work experience includes serving as Chief Medical Officer at the Regional Institute of Mental Health in Irvadi, as strategic psychiatrist for the District Mental Health Program in Ramanathapuram, and District Psychiatrist in charge for the District Mental Health Program in Tirunelveli. Her interest in child psychiatry and addiction psychiatry, coupled with her certification primer on motivation interviewing from the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, highlight her commitment to advancing mental health care and education. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. K. Sandhya. Ma'am, kindly you can take it over from here.
Thank you. Thanks for the warm welcome, and thank you for including me in this induction program. I'm very happy to present you regarding the topic balancing personal and professional life. Regarding the file, like, can I operate it from here, or is any of you going to change it?
You can operate.
I don't think I can, ma'am.
Ma'am, we will start the PPT in 2 minutes, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. Next slide. No, I couldn't change the slide. If any of you could, can you just go to the next slide? Yeah. Yeah. So the topic for today's presentation is how to balance between personal and professional life. So I'm Dr. Sandhya K, senior resident from the Department of Psychiatry, Trichy SRM Medical College and Hospital. I hope I'm audible to all of you. The next slide. So first, we are going to talk about stress. Why should we talk about stress while our core topic is balancing personal and professional life? So stress is one of the part which hinders our balance to maintain the balance between personal and professional life. So stress is a main part. What is stress? We have all spoken about stress in a lot of. We have all spoken, like, it's very common word for us. We keep telling it. I'm stressed. There is a lot of stress. So what is stress? Stress is a necessary part of our daily lives. It is even called the fact of life. So, what stress is defined as is anything that stimulates us to act, think, or react. And it also creates personal developmental opportunities. And it is necessary in order to force us to accomplish certain tasks, even. So, stress is that important. The next slide. Next slide, please. So the causes of stress. What are the frequent causes of stress? We have seen it can be divided into three main categories. The first is unsettling effects of any change. In case of we are leading a life, we are doing something, and when there is any change and causes an unsettling effect. So that is one. Or any other force which is challenging us or threatening us, that will cause stress. Or the other thing is in which we feel like we have lost our own personal control in any of the acts or thinking, or any of it in which we have lost our personal control. So all these are the three main categories which may cause us stress. Next one. Reactions to stress. So the stress itself is not a very big thing in our lives, because we have already seen it is called a fact of life. So what is important in stress is how we perceive the stress, or how we view stress, or any event. We can view it as positive event, or we can view it as a negative event. So when we view it positively, it is known as eustress, and it will help us. When we view it negatively, it will cause distress. So these are the two types, and this will impact how it determines our health. Next one. So some of the causes of eustress are, eustress is a good thing, like how you people have joined in a new college, so that can be considered as eustress activities, or any performing in a concert, or having a baby, or joining in a new job, or moving to a new city. These are all good events which causes eustress. It is also stressful, but then it is eustress. But what are the events that causes distress are any money problems, or violence, crime, loneliness, sleep deprivation. All of those causes distress. Next one. So some of the signs in eustress. Eustress is important for us. We need eustress to drive us. So it provides productive energy. It helps us to focus. It increases motivation. It feels manageable and improves our performance. And it is also associated with confidence and a positive outcome. So some of the distress signs are, it provides restless energy. It decreases focus. It increases procrastination in us, and it impairs performance. It causes insecurity and a negative outcome. So next. So why do we say stress is important for us? We can't lead a very non-stress life, right? So stress is a normal issue which happens with every one of us. So why is stress important is, according to this scale, the curve, you can see it is known as the Aikis-Dotson curve. So what he says is, in case if there is no stress, the performance is also least. So minimum amount of stress will not lead to any performance. We'll be inactive and bored. For example, consider you have an exam and you're not stressed about it at all. You don't even bother about it. So will we even like have the tendency to learn? We won't. So what will it make us? It will make us inactive and bored. So any activity which doesn't have any stress will not increase our performance. So only when there is a healthy amount of stress, an optimum amount of stress, it will cause us to have a peak performance. It will make us motivated and focused. So what happens if the stress level keep on increasing after the optimal level? So it will cause fatigue, exhaustion, burnout, and breakdown. Next slide. Okay, so what are the possible impacts of distress? Whenever the stress level crosses the optimal level, then it leads to distress. So when do we say we are in eustress or distress period? So distress period is characterized by trouble in getting to sleep or staying asleep, or any physical pain or discomfort. There is also problem in appetite, or being restless and on edge, having intrusive thoughts, feeling exhausted. So increased risks of other substance use disorders. Some of the commonly used substances are alcohol, nicotine, cannabis, morphine, etc. So it may also even cause other chronic illnesses for us, non-communicable diseases. Next. So what Hans Selye says is, it's not stress that kills us, it is our reaction to it. Like what we have already seen. It is how we perceive it. Next. Okay, so we have learned what is stress now. So stress is an inevitable thing in our life. So we can't just like jump over the stress. So how can we manage our distress? We understood what is eustress and what is distress. So eustress is good for us. So distress, we are in distress. Assume you are in distress. So what are the steps in which you can manage it? First, we have to understand our stress, which we already did. So now then we have to recognize our own stress signals. Every person's body is different, and every person's brain and mind is different. So we'll all have different stress signals. So we have to learn to recognize it. That is tailor-made for each person. Once we identify it, then we have to identify the stress source. What causes our stress? So once we identify the stress source, if it is modifiable, we can modify it easily. If it is unmodifiable, then we have to manage it with strategies. So we have to implement healthy stress management strategies, which we are going to learn further. And we have to make self-care a priority. And once it is unbearable or we are unable to do it ourselves, then we can ask for support. Next. So to learn what are the healthy ways of coping, first we have to know what are the unhealthy ways of coping. So those are, once we are stressed, we become irritable and violent to others, or we have disruptive eating and sleeping patterns. I am stressed, so I can't eat, or I eat too much, or I can't sleep, or I sleep too much. All those are unhealthy ways. Harsh treatment of others, bullying of others just because we are stressed, or smoking and alcohol consumption, as we have already seen, substance uses, pills or drugs, rash driving, some impulsive behavior like rash driving, compulsive shopping, spending spree, or not talking to anyone and being isolated and withdrawn. Next. Okay, so now we have seen the unhealthy ways. So what are the healthy ways of coping? Just opposite to those things. We have to practice self-compassion and building resilience. We have to practice assertiveness training, sleep hygiene practices, time management, relaxation techniques, and seeking help or support when needed. We are going to see one by one about this. How do we practice this? So practicing self-compassion, resilience. What is self-compassion? It is just we have our own criticizing voice in our head in whatever thing we do, right? If we don't do well in the exam, then we have a criticizing voice which keeps criticizing us. So we have to change change self criticism into self support. So in case your inner voice says everyone thinks I'm weird, you can like change it to a self-supportive voice. Like I'm unique and don't need to be anyone else but me. So I'll never be good at that. I'll try my best. You can change it to I did horrible on the test and I'm such a failure. So you can learn, you can change it to I can learn from my mistakes and do better next time. I hate how I look and I'm so ugly. I'm grateful for my body for allowing me to experience my life. So all our thoughts should be, instead of I'm a mess, it's like I'm human. Instead of I can't do this, I can do hard things or I'll try my best. So whatever thoughts of self-criticism or negative thoughts or negative cognition can be like on our own motivation, we can change it to a self-supportive thoughts. Next. Next is assertiveness training. What is assertiveness? It is a perfect balance, striking a perfect balance between being aggressive and being passive. So next one. So assertiveness is it's the same. It's a balance between aggressive and passive. When are you considered being aggressive? It is doing only what you want. I want this, so I am going to do this no matter what. It is known as being aggressive. Or being passive is doing only what others want. They ask me to do it, so I have to do it. I can't say no. So that is known as being passive. So finding a right balance between both is considered assertive. Next. So how can you be assertive? We have to be clear in our thoughts and ideas. If you are going to say no, you have to be clear on saying no. And we have to be honest. You can't say like if someone is asking you to go out, you can't say like it's okay to say like I don't want to go out, but then you can't lie like I'm not well, so I don't want to go out. So once you're being dishonest, you are not going to gain anyone's trust. So you can be honest. I'm not feeling like it today, so I don't want to go out or something like that. You have to be honest and be fair. Just because you want something, you can't keep doing it. So we have to be fair and just. You have to balance your own aggressiveness and passiveness. Next. So next thing is sleep hygiene. So what this brain does is once the person goes to sleep, it wakes the person up claiming some kind of nonsense things. So how do we stop our brain to do this? Next. We have 5 aspects of sleep hygiene. Once we follow sleep hygiene, just how we follow our self-care or personal hygiene, sleep hygiene is also very important. So it has its own steps. First is maintaining a regular sleep schedule. And then we have a set of routines to balance a set of routines in the evening and bedtime. Preparing the mind and body for sleep, and also preparing the sleeping area. Next. So how do we maintain a regular sleep schedule? We have to go to bed and wake up in more or less the same time. We can have a plus or minus of 20 minutes, but then we have to maintain in going to bed in the same time or going to sleep in the same time, even in the weekends and holidays. And this will help us to regulate our own inner body's clock. Next, it's known as the circadian rhythm. What is maintaining our evening and bedtime routines? Some basic bedtime routines are practicing relaxation techniques. So, deep breathing, taking a warm shower, listening to soothing music. It depends on person to person basis, whichever works for us. Or drink a warm cup of milk or non caffeinated tea, having a light snack. But then we shouldn't have a heavy meals before bedtime. Next. Next is preparing the mind for sleep. How do we prepare our mind? We have to reduce the stress. How to reduce this stress? We can have a to-do list or anything which makes us stressful. We can get up and write about it. And then if you are still more worried, and you can write about your worries and put it aside, so that the bed is only meant for rest and not worry. So psychologically, once you write it and put it away, it's like okay, that's away from us, and now I can sleep, something like that. And also we have to try to avoid emotionally upsetting conversations during the night time. Next. So how do we prepare the body for sleep? As we have already told, we have to avoid caffeinated drinks. Don't go to bed hungry or completely full. They say that dairy products, turkey and tuna, are good for sleep. So before sleep, you can try taking that. Avoid alcohol and smoking before sleep, and also exercise regularly. Next. How to maintain our sleeping area? We have to remove all of the electronic gadgets from our sleeping area or the bedroom, TV, computer, or anything. Use the bedroom only for the sleep or sex. Keep your bedroom quiet, dark, and cool. If for some people the light may bother them, or for some people the noise may bother them. So people, if the noise bothers, they can wear white earplugs, or there are like white noise boxes are there. You can use that, or you can use a sleeping mask also. Next. So this is all about sleep hygiene. Next, time management. Why is time management important for stress management? So having all those works piled up, or having to-do lists, a lot of to-do lists which is not checked upon, all those are going to cause us stress. So once we do it all, it's going to help us relieve from stress. So that is why this is important. We have to set a goal, which is a specific goal, and it should be measurable and achievable. You can't set like magnanimous goal and then be stressed that you couldn't achieve it. For example, if you like play a sport, you are like starting to play a sport, you are just learning about it, you can't achieve like I have to win a Olympic medal. So that is not very realistic goal to set as of now, because you're just starting to learn the sport. So any achievable measurable goals you can set. So today I'm going to achieve this, or today I'm going to master this technique of the game. So that could be an achievable or measurable goal. Next. We can also utilize time blocking method. It is like our timetable in which we do in our schools. So this to this is this time. Once I wake up, I can take this much of time to do this, and this much of time to do this. Why this helps us? It helps us in focusing to do that activity in that set of time, and it also lessens the chance for distractions. Next. So avoiding multitasking. How do you usually people who say they are great at multitasking are often worst of it. So it also takes 40% more time to complete all those tasks if you do compared to how you do it independently. So always stick to one task at a time and concentrate in finishing it. Next. Conquering your procrastination. So why does time management not work for some? Because we keep procrastinating on, okay, well, I'll do it later, I'll do it later, I'll do it tomorrow. So tomorrow never comes. That is one of the important proverb which we have to all remember. And once you see see yourself procrastinating, you have to acknowledge it first. okay, this is me procrastinating, and this is not me telling it really that I have to do it tomorrow. So once you acknowledge it, you have to figure out why you're doing it, why you can't do the work now. And once you understand that you're procrastinating, don't keep which we already told, don't keep letting your self criticism voice talk to you. Ask your self support voice to talk to you and focus on fixing the procrastination. And also you can unplug from other texts and other distractions, or you can pinpoint when you are most productive. Some will be productive in the morning, or some will be productive at night. So based on your own body clock, you can pinpoint when you are most productive and complete the tasks then. Next. Oh, so perfectionism. Perfectionism, it may sound good while hearing it, but then it is a double-edged sword. So once some perfectionists, some might start and do it until like however they feel it is completed or good. So that is good. Something is better than nothing is the concept. So perfectionists, they may even find time to trouble in starting an activity, because once they start it, they have the tendency to do it until perfection, until what they think is perfect. So that is a double-edged sword. So that hinders them in even starting the act. So we should be aware of our own tendencies like that, and we have to analyze and reframe our self-talk, which we already said, and be realistic about what we accomplished. So setting up realistic goals is going to be helping us in this. Next. All of it. Okay, you are like scheduling, you are like putting up a timetable, time blocking, zero procrastination, all of it. So when do you even break free? So that is why we are not robots, like robots, right? So we can't like keep doing it in pre-scheduled time, and we can't follow it often. So always give yourself a break. Assume it is one day a week where you need not schedule anything. So just go with the flow, and it will help us to recharge ourselves. Next. So next is relaxation techniques. So everyone can focus on the dot in the center and just clear your mind of all the distractions. Just simply look at the dot in the center for a few seconds. That will help you relax. Have something like this on and off. Paste it in your room or something. So while you're feeling too much of stress and you feel like you're not accomplishing anything because of the stress, you can do this. Next. People who are comfortable with meditation can do that. Some people who are anxious and who have like a lots of thoughts running in their own mind, for them meditation might not work also, because sitting in a calm environment may increase their thoughts, or racing of thoughts might occur. So for people who are comfortable with meditation, they can continue meditation. Next. Breathing exercises. So breathing slowly in and out. Whenever you are aware that you are stressed, you can just like zone out, focus on your breathing, breathe in and breathe out slowly, counting each thing, and only concentrating on your breathing, and like shutting off the whole world. You can try that. Next. Also mindfulness. What is mindfulness is just being in the present, not keeping our mind full, but being mindful. That is uh, feeling whatever is around us, feeling grounded, being grounded. So whenever you feel stressed, you can like touch anything, or uh, keep alive of all your senses, your vision, your touch, your auditory, or hearing, all of that. You can keep it alive, and grounding techniques can be done. Next. One other thing is guided imagery, in which you can just close your eyes and you can visualize yourself being in a sought after place, whichever you like. If you like being in a beach, you can think of it. If you like being in a mountainous terrain or scenic terrain, you can think of it. Whichever you like, which is your safe place, you can think of it, and you close your eyes and you're just imagining it. That is known as guided imagery. You can just imagine it, and then you can focus on your breathing, and which will help you relax much better. Next. So some of the other example scenarios of guided imagery. You can think of anything. You can think of flying. For people who are interested in music or have that as a hobby, you can also use music as a therapy. Soothing sounds can also help you while sleeping at night. Next. One other thing is progressive muscle relaxation. So what you do is go in the sequence of how it is given. So first concentrate on your feet, lie down flat, close your eyes and concentrate on your feet. Clutch your feet tightly, like contracting your feet, and then count to 1, 2, 3, and then you can slowly relax your feet. So you have to keep thinking like, okay, now I'm feeling relaxed, my feet is feeling relaxed, and then slowly come up, like go to your lower legs, only concentrate on your lower leg muscles, contract the muscles for 3 seconds, and then you can slowly relax it. So likewise you can do it in the given sequence. So once you reach your face or your head, you can feel yourself being relaxed, your body being relaxed. So unknowingly or without our notice, we'll be clutching our teeth, we'll be shrinking our forehead, so all of which may cause contractions, and it will cause muscle contraction. Along with that, it will cause blood vessels contraction, which will cause increase our stress or pain in the area. So with relaxing all of this, we can reduce our stress and also reduce other physical aspects of stress. Next. Okay, always this, whenever you follow all these things, you follow sleep hygiene, you follow relaxation techniques, you follow mindfulness, you follow self compassion, you do all of it yourselves, but then you are unable to overcome your stress, or you are completely affected by it, or you start you pervasive and persistent low mood with loss of energy, loss of interest, and whenever it is intruding in your daily activities, you are unable to do your daily activities, or it is intruding into your education or occupation, only then you have to, not only then, like by then you have to specifically seek help and support. You can talk to someone of your friend, or someone on with whom you have trust, so you can talk to them, and only on talking or getting it out and ventilation, it's still unbearable, and if it still affects you, you can always seek support or help from professionals, mental health professionals especially. We are always open to you. Next. So when to seek professional help, as we already say, you have an overwhelming stress beyond any individual's capacity to cope, or you have a lack of social support, you have no one to talk to, or you have no one to talk to who understands you, and you are unable to use your existing skills, which we have already told you, you don't even have the energy to do all of those, or you tried but then you are still unable to cope with it, and having pervasive and persistent low mood, sleep disturbance, panic attacks, suicidal ideations, etc. When nothing goes according to plan. Next. Your nerve is not forever, so that is what you have to always remember. Nothing is going according to plan, this is not going to be forever, this is just now. So in a while, or in a month's while, in a day's while, this is not even going to matter. That is what you have to always remember. Next. Always remember, one thing at a time, one step at a time. So establish achievable goals. It's all in how you look at things, as we have already told you, stress and distress concept. Your pain is obviously real, nobody is telling, you are imagining it, or it's all in your head. If people tell that, get away from them. And but so is hope. Always remember, mental health begins with yourself. Breaking the stigma is very important, so I thank SRM IST department to have really broken the stigma and invited the psychiatrist. It's okay to not be okay. I think that's done. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for everyone attending the meeting. And thank you so much for inviting me. Is there any doubts? Any of you have any doubts?
We will be opening the chat. Students, you can ask your doubts. Students, the chat box is enabled now. You can enter your questions.
Future scope in physiology. I don't think I'll be qualified enough to talk about physiology here. So, physiology, is there any specific question in physiology you want to ask about? Like career scope, or I'm not sure about the question. Yes, it is. Following them is very hard. Like that is what we say. It's not like there are multiple steps. The PPT itself consists of 44 slides, so nobody is asked to do all of it. So following all of them will even cause us stress if we're doing all of it. But then have a way of life like that. So changing your inner voice and feeling self compassion or being assertive, it's all like not steps, like steps to follow. It's not work to do, right? It's just how you're going to live, or change yourself, of how you think of yourself, all of that. So also tailoring it to oneself. It's not like just because one is working for someone, you can't do the same and assume it has to work for you. So like that is how you can follow whichever only you want, not following everything. How to overcome the stress, that is what the whole topic is about. We have given you ways, or means which you can do it yourself to overcome the stress. But once it is unable to cope, or once you are unable to overcome with these stresses, you can always seek help and ask professional support. How can multi-thinking mindsets people come out of it? So what we already said, multi-thinking people mindset is like, usually it's like I am doing well multitasking, I can only do it if I multitask. That is just like we are just assuming it, we can only do it like that. So listening to songs and reading, I can read with listening to songs too, I have that concentration, I can do it. So Alda, we have to believe that okay, it is taking me a lot of time if I listen to song and also start learning or reading. So once we do it, only 2.5% are good at it, we have seen, right? So it's not like how coming out of it, we have to understand if it is working for us or not. So we should be clear in it. You can set up a time to test it out. So I don't know what you are multi thinking, but then Ada, you can like have a set of not doing anything and then doing a work, and then thinking of everything and then doing a work. So which is productive, you can think of it yourself. How to control overthinking? Overthinking, once it is only fantasizing or procrastination, which we have already talked spoken about. If it's only about that, then we have like already taught about the steps to stop procrastination and stop overthinking. But then if it is like a very intrusive thoughts which is intruding, or which is obstructing our daily living and daily functioning, and which is hindering our education or occupation, if so, then yeah, I think further evaluation will be needed. What to do if I can't stop multitasking? I think we already discussed that. Hard broke, ma'am. How to overcome? Sorry, please don't mind. It's my personal question. Yeah, sure. Heartbreak can have multiple reasons. Heartbreaking relationship issues, as we have already seen, it is a type of distress only. Heartbreak is so any relationship stress, or any personal loss, or job loss, financial constraints, any of it can cause heartbreak, which is known as distress. So we have spoken about the healthy ways to overcome that heartbreak. So once it is unbearable, you can seek help always. How to handle our mental stress, I think that's what the whole topic is about. How to overcome social anxiety. Yes, nice. Social anxiety or performance anxiety. Social anxiety is a specific diagnosis. So I think you're just asking about the symptoms of it, just feeling difficulty in talking to people you don't know, or having anxiety on performing on a stage or talking to a group of people. I think that is what you're meaning. So how to overcome it? Same, have achievable goals, have measurable goals. First, talk to two people whom you know very well. Take a topic, learn about it, and talk in front of them, or perform in front of them. And then go to a group of people, talk in front of your class. So it's all what you practice. How to control our anger and overthinking. Controlling our anger management is a completely different scope. It's beyond the scope of our presentation, I think. So but if you can come to us personally, I think we can help you for sure. What to do if I can't stop multitasking, ma'am? As we have already discussed, what to do if I can't stop multitasking? You are like you are like multitasking because you are comfortable with it, right? So you have to test yourself. So why am I comfortable with it? Can I perform well only with multitasking? Am I performing well really, or is multitasking impeding me in performing my own tasks? So I think you have to test it out, and once you test it out and you find a specific answer to it, multitasking is helping me or multitasking is not, only then I think you can even think of stopping it, and then only if you think of stopping it, you can take further steps. How to avoid distraction. In time management topic, I think we have spoken about it. You can set up specific time and specific events, lock your gadgets elsewhere, or if gadgets are causing you distraction, like set specific time period to do this, to do that, time blocking, and then have one day of break to not schedule anything. How can we do a work at a time? I'm just thinking about same multitasking question, I think. How to be more focused, I think same. How not to be distracted, how to stop overthinking, how to avoid stress is the topic. How to, we can't avoid stress. Adna, first we spoke about what is stress layer. Adna, we can't avoid stress completely because stress is good for you. Not all stress is bad for you. We have eustress and we have distress. So at least some amount of stress helps you in performance. If there is no stress, and we'll all be bored, we'll all do nothing, and our productivity will not increase. So we'll be bored inactive people. So we need not avoid stress, we just have to healthily overcome the stress. Mind stable in any hardest situation. So that should not be our goal, keeping mind stable in any hardest situation, because we are not made out of rocks first to be stable. Even rocks are not stable, I guess, right? With each drop of water even can mold the rocks over time. So any mind is like that. So your goal should not even to keep the mind stable, but whenever there is any issues or any stress, you can have healthy ways, you can learn and practice healthy ways in which you can mind can come back into track soon. How to overcome from depression. Okay, depression is a clinical diagnosis. So I think you're talking about stress only. Stress is the normal layman term. So depression is a clinical diagnosis which has major criteria, minor criteria, and duration criteria. So we are all commonly using depression, but then I feel you are asking about stress, and we have talked about that, overcoming it. So if you have unhealthy ways, if you feel you have unhealthy ways of coping up the stress, you can change each way into a healthy way, which we have discussed in the whole topic. How to control schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is also one of the major mental illness. There is talking to self, smiling to self, aggressive behavior, violent behavior, delusions, hallucinations. So I think that is also beyond the scope. We can't control schizophrenia, we can only treat it. So treating it with psychotropic medications, antipsychotics, we have a set of medications for it. We have to evaluate the patient and treat it. How to control our anger during stress? I think we have discussed it, right? Like it is feeling angry, or bullying, violence, irritability is all unhealthy ways of coping our stress. So finding out the unhealthy ways, it's even the first good step. You can understand that you are getting angry during stress, so that itself is a very good thing. So once you are in the first step, you have to go further steps of changing the unhealthy ways into healthy ways to cope stress. You get a heavy feeling in your chest, is there a way to stop it? So if there is any reason, you ma'am, sometimes when you feel very sad and you get a heavy feeling in your chest, so sometimes if there is any reason for this, or if there is if it occurs to you without any reason, it all depends on it. So I think it will need further evaluation too. Mind stable, already we have talked about keeping our mind stable. How to calm and peace, ma'am? Calm and peace. Now calm and peace should not even be our goal. Calm and peace, if we are calm and peace and then we are unproductive, we are inactive. So it doesn't mean like we have to be in calm and peace all the time. Even if we have stress, even if something challenges us, we have to overcome it. We have to train our mind in overcoming it. That is what is important. How to relax our mind is what we have told. Relaxation techniques, we have taught about it. Breathe in, breathe out, guided imagery, all of that. Yes, exactly. Someone has answered the schizophrenia question. Correct. Mentally very active, but it's stressing me out these days. Mentally very active is also some other thing. You have to start prioritizing yourself. Like you can't do everything at once. There is like a jar theory in which you can fill up with 4 major things which you must do. So you can fill it up with that first, and then put all those other unwanted or not much important stuffs later than that. And then also spend time for yourself and your personal I don't know, your personal situations or your family also. So that is also important. You have to like prioritize accordingly. What are the other alternatives for anxious people apart from medications, as meditation doesn't work? Yeah, it is not like meditation doesn't work. I think it is a very personal statement. So if it doesn't work for you, meditation, then you can try other relaxation techniques which we have already discussed upon. And also anxious people, I think anxiety is also a very specific psychiatric diagnosis. So once it is like, if your personality is itself a very anxious personality, then you can talk about the coping strategies which we have already discussed. Or if you have an anxiety disorder, once it intrudes your daily activities, education or functioning, then it will warrant treatment. Apart from meditation, we have other non-pharmacological methods. We have a clinical psychologist in our department who does psychotherapy. There is cognitive behavioral therapy, interpersonal therapy. We have lots of therapies too. How to control short temper? I think we have already talked about anger and stress. Ma'am, how to control schizophrenia? We have talked. Feeling like in a dystopian world. Why? Is there any reason for it? How to control main character syndrome? Main character syndrome, I don't know. You have to like think of other people also as main characters in their own story. Try to be empathetic. Try to think of being in others' shoes too, on and off. short temper, more focused, procrastination, laziness. I think we have discussed in the topic about procrastination. Affect everyone equally? No, not at all. For everyone, stress is an individual concept. For some, it may be a very small amount of stress. For some people who has good social support elsewhere, good family support. So for them, even if there is a problem with friends, it might not be a big deal. But for some people who don't have a very good family support, or who is already in a very tight space, and for them, if there is an issue, if they only have relaxation with their friends, so there is an issue with their friend, or they have a fight with their friend, it will not affect them equally, it will affect them more. So clubs and activities, class start, it's not a question for me, I think. When we are confused, what to do about fear? Easiest solution is making a pros and cons list. What are you confused about? Two things which you are confused about, make a pros list and cons list, and which do you think will work out better for you. Or trial and error method only. You have to do one thing and try it. If it doesn't work out, go to the next thing. Insomnia is also a psychiatric diagnosis which will also warrant treatment. We have talked about sleep hygiene measures, so consider doing maintaining all of the sleep hygiene measures, and if you still are unable to sleep, you can come for help. How to overcome from depression, we have talked about it. Factors influence attitude change. I am not sure about the question. Attitude meaning personality, or I don't know. If you can explain the question much better, I can answer. During time when I'm particularly feeling low, I think the same question, you're all asking the same question but in different colorful words. How can I support myself during the time when I'm particularly feeling low? So all of it, understand. I think we have discussed about the steps which you have to do. Understand your stress first. Like, you see, you're feeling low is because of your is there any source for this stress? If there is it a modifiable source? Can you modify it, or is it unmodifiable? If it is unmodifiable, then you have to practice these stress management strategies. Clash between mind and soul, I don't think there is a mind. There is a mind, but I'm not sure about the soul. I don't think it is a very psychiatry topic. It is more of a philosophical topic, so I'm not qualified in answering it. Lunch break, someone didn't have their lunch and is feeling stressed. Okay. Overcome from overthinking, I think we have already talked about this. Control schizophrenia question is coming again and again. I think schizophrenia is one of the major mental illness. It warrants treatment, so we can't control it, or I don't know. That, I think that was the question. Yeah, you can't control it, you can like treat it. That is what, if I'm yeah, for some it is like, you can divide the 100% into one third of the patients can completely overcome it, or they'll be completely treated, and they won't get it back again. But one third of the patients may have some residual symptoms even with treatment, and for one third of the patients, even with any treatment, they'll be treatment resistant, and it will not be under control. So it depends on the case.
Ma'am, sorry for the interruption, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. I think the time is up, right?
Unfortunately, yes, ma'am, you're
Yeah,
running
sure.
out of
Yeah.
time. Need to end. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will end with a formal vote of thanks, ma'am.
Sure, thank you.
I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. First of all, I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. K. Sandhya, for readily accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion with her presence. I am sure your inputs would have motivated the student to start working towards their goal. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I take this opportunity to thank our management and faculty for the constant support and guidance they provide to the students. On behalf of our institution, I extend my warm gratitude to everyone. Thank you all. Students kindly Students kindly be in the meeting. Next session will be starting at 2:30.
Can I
We will
exit the
send
meeting,
the.
Mama?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Students kindly be in the meeting. Next session will start at 2:30. We will send the feedback link in the chat for today's now session. Excuse me, sir. Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you. This is Prakash from Tech.
Yes, sir. Sir, can we wait for 2 more minutes, sir? So we will start with a formal introduction.
Sure.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
What
Sir.
about my audio? Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is very clear, sir.
Okay, so can I keep my screen like this, or do you want to share your screen?
No, sir. No, sir. You can, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to today's afternoon session of our Student Induction Program 2024-25. Today, we are privileged to have an exceptional guest who will share his extensive expertise and experience with us. Our speaker for this session is Mr. Prakash Kannaya. Mr. Kannaya is a distinguished leader in the field of emerging technologies, currently holding the position of manager at EduTech India Private Limited. With a profound background in both corporate and academic environments, he has dedicated his career to fostering technological innovation and education. In his current role, Mr. Kannaya is responsible for the creation and management of specialized labs that are essential for innovation. These labs facilitate professionals in testing, validating, and showcasing their technological advancement in areas such as hardware in the loop, cyber physical systems, Industrial 4.0, advanced driver assistance systems, machine learning, deep learning, and self-driving cars. Previously, Mr. Kannaya served as a senior application engineer at FET Chennai, where he developed his expertise as a central lab view associate developer and hardware specialist on the Quanser and NA platform. He earned his BE in Instrumentation and Control Engineering from Anna University, further solidifying his strong foundation in engineering technology. Let's extend a warm welcome to Mr. Prakash Kannaya. So you can take it over, sir.
Thank you for the introduction. So, good afternoon, everyone. So this is Prakash. So before moving to that robotics and autonomous system for the academic and training research, I would like to give a short introduction about EduTech, who we are and what we are doing. So let me share my screen. So first about EduTech. So EduTech is a 30-year-old organization where we are the global pioneer to introduce new cutting-edge technologies in that academic research and the corporate communities, where we hand over that hands-on training, like we provide that corporate training on that emerging technologies. Also, we are setting up that emerging labs, like a studio where you can learn the new technologies like AI, robotics, or autonomous vehicle research, or electrical vehicle, and furthermore the controls and the drones lab. So we serve across India, Middle East, and US, and we are the leading development in that education methodology, and also fostering the innovations on this emerging technologies I mentioned, like EV or EV vehicles. And we have the multiple divisions. It's like starting from K-12 to industry. We provide the lifelong learning where the learning starts from the K-12. We have the dedicated team to set up a STEM lab where the school students can learn that STEM concepts like science, technology, and the math. Those things they can learn it from the school. Then also we provide the lab setups like you college people. We provide that the lab setup, especially on the AI, robotics, and the automation. And also we have the vocational learning like digital learning solutions. Also, we provide the services for the corporate, and we have the wide range of customers across the globe, where more than 1,000 plus clients we are having with partnered with more than 50 plus partner from global or across India. So this is what about the background about EduTech. So today we focus about the robotics and the AI automation, right? So I am from that AV and EV mobility. We offering the solutions for the corporate and researchers where they can start from scratch. For example, you people from schools or the after school, you are from the first year, right? So first year people where they can start to learn the Python. So instead of a traditional Python learning, we provide the methodology where you can learn Python using self-driving car. So in the leftmost bottom, you can see the miniature car. It's like a small size Raspberry Pi computer car where you can start learning the Python, the basic principles behind the programming language. And furthermore, once you develop your skills on the Python, we can move to other programming languages. I don't know you're familiar with the C++ or Python, ROS. These are the softwares, the tools we are using for the CAV and EV, like MATLAB, Python, ROS, and C++. So once you get into that final year, you need to do some projects where you can use these types of platforms. These are the on-road vehicles. So this is what researchers are using to learn and to do research on the AV. And also the right side, you can see around 6 vehicles. It's all the corporate people. They are using our solutions to do their research and develop their solutions. So I just shortly arranged this product into this multiple category. For example, the indoor and the hybrid and the outdoor. So who is sharing the screen? Someone is sharing their screen. So can you disable them? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So okay, better you can give me access for myself so that by mistake you people can't share the
Yes,
screen.
sir, we'll work on that, sir. Sorry for the interruption, sir.
Okay, fine, no problem. It's not an issue. So now we can come back to that our topics. Today's topic it's like how this research is happening, especially the academic and teaching. What is the purpose of robotics and what is the purpose of autonomous systems, especially you people from the beginners where you can start learning and what are all be the challenges, how to learn all these things and how can we implement in the real life. So so when we talk about that automation, it's all about AI. So when we talk about the AI, it's not only the IT companies. So when we talk about that AI robotics, the cognitive systems, it's not only that IT. We have the multiple branches, starting from transportation, manufacturing, healthcare, robotics, AI home appliances, digital assistants, gaming, AI, IoT, and the finance and banking. These are the various sectors they're using artificial intelligence. So in this case, first we will see the challenges or some use cases. So we have wide range of sectors right here. So I'm going to take one key topics or the trending topic. It's like self-driving car. So first we will start from the self-driving car. From there, we can go to the robotics and how that industrial automation is happening. So this part we will cover it one by one. So when we talk about multiple sector, so here this also I just list out from some uh, report where you can see the left side. These are the various sectors where they are using the multiple AI algorithms, how frequently they are using these types of algorithm, and what are all that financial aspect uh, covering this AI with this sectors. So when we see this graph, we can see the retails, transportation, logistics, healthcare, travel. These are automotive industry. This is all the peak in that business perspective. So one of this is like automotive assembly. It's like industries, and the transportation. It's like a autonomous tractor or the truck. Uh, our distributed record. It's like this. So we can select one use cases right now. So now, as I mentioned, first we will focus the vehicle part. So when we talk about the AI, how this software defining the vehicle, the thing is self-driving vehicle, using the AI, what are the challenges, and how you can do the research and development on this domain. So this is the one thing. First, when we talk about that self-driving car, so you can consider this is a self-driving car. Basically, it's a six-seater autonomous vehicle. There is no steering wheel. So this is one real-world example. In this case, when we talk about that vehicle, it's more than that programming, software programming. You have a huge amount of sensors. So when we talk about the basic in your mobile phone itself, you have the GPS to do use Google Maps. Same way here we have the GPS, and same way we have the camera. As you know, the Tesla is a camera-based autonomous driving. Am I audible now? Okay, I think some kid not playing with us. Okay, fine. Am I audible? Is it clear now?
Audible.
Yeah, thank you. If anything, anything you can let me know.
Excuse
based
me,
on
sir.
your yeah, yes.
Sir, one small interruption, sir. Excuse me.
Okay, no
Students,
problem.
any kind of presentation or sharing this kind of behavior will not be entertained. Kindly refrain from doing that. Thank you very much. We will not tolerate any interruptions. Please let the session flow. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption, sir. Please continue.
Okay, fine, no problem. So, same way, if we talk about that your car, we have the sensors. Like I want to get the location of my car, so then only you can plan the trajectory. So, for example, I want to start from my home to my college. So this is a point A to point B where you need the GPS location. Same way to see the road, whether there is a vehicle in front of me or if there is a pedestrian I want to recognize, you have the camera on the lidar. Same way for the reverse parking and all, in the traditional car, we have the ultrasonic and IR sensor to detect the object behind the vehicle. So like the way you have multiple sensors to integrate it. From that, you will get a huge amount of data to do the autonomous vehicle. And this is the sensors aspect. When we talk about the vehicle aspect, for example, in the normal IC engines, the transmission is like gears and the mechanical axle. But when we talk about the autonomous vehicle, it's completely EV, electrical vehicle, where we need to use a drive-by-wire system. So when we talk about the drive-by-wire system, it's nothing. The technology we are using, the traditional car is like steering to the wheel alignment. We are using some gears to control the steering angle, right? But in that electrical vehicles, especially in the drive-by-wire technology, we are directly depends on the sensors and that boards, where the electrical signals from the steering wheel will transmit to the motors which is connected in the wheel. So it will help you to attain the orientation of the wheel, like from the mechanical actions to the electrical. This conversion is like happening. That is what the drive-by-wire system. So there is a multiple aspects in the drive-by-wire system that you will cover from the second year or third year in the later stages. Now, so these are all the data from the sensors. So for example, when we talk of the self-driving car, the challenges is like a pedestrian or the dog, it will suddenly cross the vehicle. So for that, you need to cover some blind spot for the lidar. And sometimes some objects will be the smaller size, something like a bridge or walkout bridge. It will be that height. So some object will approach from the top. So on the time you need to place the lidar and the cameras depends on the vehicle and the dimensions. So there is a multiple aspects you need to consider this. That is what the sensors orientation, all these things. And already mentioned, by combining the sensors and the drive-by-wire, that is what the electrical vehicle. So this is what one of our customer place where we demonstrated the drive-by-wire system. I hope you can see the screen. So this is nothing a joystick EV where you can control this EV through joystick through wireless. Basically, it's a 2 meter length and 1.8 meter width. It's like your SUV car, but it's a drive-by-wire system where you can see there is nothing extra to control the car. There is no steering, that handle steering wheel. There is no handle steering wheel, or there is no accelerator or pedal. So everything you can control through your computer. For example, you can directly connect your laptop and you can control these types of chassis. These are the new technologies available in these types of processes like the AV and EV. So these are all the various architecture. I will cover it later sometime. So, but this is too early for you to check it. But this is some interesting video where you can see how the self-driving vehicle approaching the crosswalk. So when we see this four-way junction, if some pedestrian is crossing, how the vehicle is responding. So right now you can see the joystick is not controlled by human. The vehicle is in autonomous mode, and when the pedestrian crossing, it will wait. Then once it uh, passage is clear, then it will cross the road. So this is some level of use cases for the self-driving research activities. So this all you can see that a vehicle with multiple sensors and the computers mounted on the chassis, where it automatically go from point A to point B in multiple scenarios. This is only use cases. So this is how we are talking about the AI in self-driving car. So to do this pre-based demo, what are the things we need to focus? It's like a perception, prediction, and planning. You can remember these three P. P, one is perception, P for prediction, and the planning. So by using this AI with a formal method like map, localization, and control, you can control your own vehicle. So now this is what the complete architecture. So when we talk about the self-driving car, what are all the aspects you need to cover? You should know what is sensors, what will be the sensors data. For example, if you talk about the programming language, you can say what are the data types, how the value which look like. From the radar, what will be the value? From the sensor, what camera, what will be the data type? So these types of things you need to cover it up. This is sensors part. After that, you need to learn some languages like a Python to do the AI ML software. So where it will help you to collect the images and it will convert using some deep learning. It will convert and it will do the segmentation. So for example, it will identify where is the road, who is pedestrian, which is the car, and what is the passage. Everything your deep learning algorithm will help you to find out, and it will give you the segmentation. From there, your control algorithm like reinforcement learning or your traditional PID controller can control the vehicle through that throttle, brake, and the steering wheel. So this is what the architecture using AI and that sensors and the EV to do self-driving car. So as I mentioned, to do that, we have the multiple things. First is there is a 3P, one is a perception. In the perception, you can see the vehicle is running. So when I approach in front of the car, it needs to detect there is a person and it should detect what is the distance between the car and to the pedestrian. So now my distance is around 1 meter. I stand away from the vehicle is around 1 meter, then it's detect and it stop. So previously I crossed from the left lane to right lane. So what will happen if there is a car in front of the vehicle in the passage? So it will automatically detect and it will slow down if there is a vehicle in front of it. So in this case, to identify whether it's a pedestrian or car, we are using some level of DNN algorithm where it will help you to predict those things. And the next thing is, so these are the challenges. When we talk about the self-driving car, this is one place where you can see there is no lane, but this road is a curvature road. It's not a straight lane, it's a curvature. And the compound server and the road both are in the same color. And you can see there is a leaf, and in between there is a speed breaker, there is a shadow. These are the challenges where in this scenario, how the vehicle will respond. So that's what we have tested, and you can see it's smoothly curved, and in the speed bump it will decelerate, and after the speed bump it will accelerate. Then if any person approaching in front of the vehicle, it will slow down and it will brake. And now if any object approaching from behind, so for example a car is going to overtake you, for that I'm just running in front of the car to recreate the scenario. So from behind the car I'm just coming in front of the car. Then what will happen, you can see the vehicle is trying to steer away towards left side, but I didn't allow that car, so it automatically stopped. Then there is no person, then it will follow the path. So its end point is a B, so it is trying to reach path B. So these are the perception challenges. And when we talk about the perception challenges, so this is the same road with the bigger vehicle. Previously I mentioned, right? Uh, Instead of a small car, we provide this solutions to the corporate, like enterprises. There, the IT sectors and the automobile industries, they are using these types of vehicles to validate their software, the softwares to multiple scenarios. So the same scenario. Previously, it's a small vehicle, but this is a very big vehicle where a person can stand inside it. That is the height of the vehicle, and there is a space. Plus 6 is opposite to each other. You can see there is no steering wheel here. So I think through glass you can see it's like a sofa. It's three people can sit opposite to three plus three. So totally six can sit opposite to each other, and there is no steering wheel. And so now again the person is approaching from left to right. How the vehicle is responding. So these are all the scenarios we created with multiple scenes. So one is a curvature, and the next two challenges is like you can say what will be the thing I need to overtake. That is also one use cases where the perception needs to do. it need to identify the prediction. It needs to identify the pedestrian. Then it will try to change its path from left lane to right lane. It's switched. Now I'm trying to come in front of the vehicle. So what will happen again? It will try to reach from left to right. It's just like a overtaking. And so as I mentioned, the height of the vehicle. So this is the height where you can see I'm sitting inside, and when I stand, it won't hit my head. So this is the height of the vehicle. So this amount, this size of the vehicles needs to be validated through the software. Your AI software needs to validate with this types of the vehicle in the future cases. So you can see this vehicle in India. Maybe after some years, you can see these types of vehicles in metro cities in some area. Like right now, still like a cruise car in that. San Francisco. Same way in India, somewhere maybe we can expect these types of vehicle. And then the next challenge is like a prediction. So, for example, so same way. So, how your algorithm will predict the path, and also it needs to predict whether the human is going to move or not. So for that, it will continuously monitor the data from the sensors, and depends on that, it will identify and it will respond. So this is like a prediction. So for example, this is a screen from our software. This is nothing ROS screen. ROS is the one type of programming language like a Python to control the robots. So here you can see the data from the LiDAR. It's like a point cloud, and your algorithm will try to do the classification, whether it's a pedestrian or the car. It will detect and it will classify, and it will give you the multiple color code. So right now the vehicle is running in autonomous mode, and you can see it is approaching the speed breaker, and parallelly thousands of people are coming and going across the vehicle. How the vehicle is responding. So these are all the different types we tested with that labeling and prediction. Those concepts we just introduced this time. So as I mentioned, we needs to depend on the AI software in these types of researches to do prediction, planning, and perception. And yeah, so this is the way you can use the laboratory equipments. So for example, once you join in the colleges, software simulation is one thing, but beyond simulation, you need to learn many things. For example, there is a difference between the simulation and the real time. In the simulation, you can't understand what is noise, and you should know what is noise and how to filter, to do the filter, how to optimize that thing, and how can we estimate the sensors data, and how to design the controller, how to optimize it. So these types of learning is not familiar with the simulation where you can do self-learning, but in the laboratory, in the later stages, you can learn all these things and you can implement in the real time. So this is one thing, and this is just a use case. We talked about the self-driving part, but when we move beyond self-driving, what are the things we can learn it? So that is what I have just listed here. So briefly, I just give the introduction to the self-driving car, right? And the multiple use cases is there for that robotics and automation. When we talk about the robotics and automation, you need to cover this types of robots, like self-driving car is one, and the mobile robot where you can see that Amazon warehouse, how that Amazon Prime mobile robots is picking the parcel from one place and drop it in other location inside that warehouse. That is what the mobile robot. And also you know that robotic arms like a manipulator to do the pick and place applications. And the same way you have the haptics, like a exoskeleton or some equipment controlled through some other robot with the human inputs. And the same way you know that dynamics. When we talk about the drone and all, it's a dynamic system. Okay, so drone and aerial vehicle, this all comes under the dynamic systems where you need to be the expert in the robotics in various applications like this in the future stages. Maybe in the third year or final year, you should know all these aspects of this one. And when we talk about the applications, it's not stopping only on the AI, and beyond that, what are the use cases? For example, when we talk about the AI, we can classify into multiple things. I don't know whether you know this machine learning, reinforcement learning, deep learning, natural language processing, or the computer vision. After that, under that, you have multiple divisions like supervised, unsupervised, neural network, fuzzy, space color control. Then finally, it will come up the multiple applications. For example, robotic arm, inverted pendulum, mobile robot, or that a drone or self-driving car. So you can apply all this knowledge, AI applications in these types of application. And the later stages, you can join in the multiple sector. Like once you have this kind of knowledges, you have the scope in the sectors like a transportation or like a Tesla or the Google Waymo, where you can use this AI skill set in the transportation sector, or the manufacture like a warehouse like Amazon warehouse or the robotics. Now, so these are the things you have the scope, future scope once you familiar with the robotics and the automation. So when we talk about that car, so this is a one small video I would like to show you here how the car is look like. The laboratory equipments, it will be like this. The miniature form factor where you can do all types of research in the lab itself. You no need to drive the car in the road, and you no need to stand in front of the real car. Instead of that, you have the some options like a miniature car, miniature robot, where you can learn all the basics. And the later stages, you can apply the skills in the real car. So that is what the learning path from the beginner to the expert level. So these are some video. I will go through a little bit further. So when we talk about the self-driving car, so these are the standards where it's starting from the warning. So you know from I hope you have some warning systems in your car like a blind spot warning or parking assist mark is there, or if there is a person approaching behind the car, it will give you the alarm. So these are all the warning systems. And the thing is, it will slowly increase the level. It's like autonomous parking or the traffic jam assist, autonomous cruise control, or the fully autonomous vehicle. In industries, we have some standards. These are some industrial PPT, so I just directly jump into the research type. So where you can see these are the various things, how you can integrate your new technologies like mixed reality with the uh, lab equipments. So these are all the things you can learn, and you should be expertise in these things. Also, when we talk about the robotics, these are the exotic components where we focusing on the objectives of the robotics. So as you know, learning Python is one thing, but beyond Python, you need to be expert in some robotics objective. So for example, you should know what is sensors, how can you do the sensors selection, how can you do sensors calibration. This all the deep down concepts you need to be learned in the process of development. So from the first year to final year, you will go through all these aspects where you can focus the kinematics, you can learn the controls aspects, and you can do that autonomous applications like a path planning or the autonomous navigation with multiple robot, and also how can you use a vision in that robotics. So these all the equipments where you can learn all these things. And when we talk about the uh, industrial arm, so this is a very miniature arm, but nowadays the robotic arm and all, it's in bigger size where it will pick up very bigger boxes. Even some robotic arm can lift that car chassis itself to do the welding, to fix the door. Robotic arm is utilized in these types of industries. So, for example, when we talk about the industries, you should be familiar with the concepts like control system. For example, how to control the robot to pick the object and to lift from point A to point B and put it down in the conveyor, and how to control the conveyor. These are the learning aspects we can cover it in the later stages. So, for example, this is the one application where you can see computer vision is used to do the object tracking. with a mobile robot or robotic arm. This is some video for your reference. And the future robotics with the haptics, where that what if, for example, nowadays people started to do use robotic operations, especially in that neurosurgeon or that other some level of operations can be done with this types of haptic devices. So these are the new technologies introduced in the medicine or the medical field. So this is one short video, sorry, the short images, so that you can understand what is the haptic. And as I mentioned previously, I talked about that pick up and drop mobile robots. So it will pick you object from point A to, and it need to be dropped somewhere. So like you know that the duck and all, how it is following the mother. Same way we have a concept like master slave or the leader follower. These are the concepts where you can introduce multiple robots to do a single operation. So these are the various applications. And this is a key thing where you need to focus in the field of robotics, starting from path planning, inverse kinematics, joint control, statics and dynamic system, and forward kinematics, image, and differential kinematics. These are the key aspects of the robotics where you need to focus the entire system, starting from the sensors to that end trajectory control. You need to cover all these aspects as an engineer. So from the students to the engineer, you need to learn all these aspects. And this is the next one where you can see that drone. I hope most of you familiar nowadays. The drone is very common here for the photography or the video. So, but beyond a drone control, you are not for example, people have some idea about the drone, but they underestimate the drone principles. When we talk about the drone, it's not like a controlling the drone. It's not like a RC car. You are not a kid, you are the engineer. So you should know the principles behind the drone. So for example, uh, as an engineer, you no need to control the drone through joystick. You can do the programming to do that autonomous. So for example, um, mm, even the Amazon, they started to do that drone delivery, right? So for that, there is no person is going to control the drone. They are not going to control to pick and transport and drop it somewhere. So it is a fully autonomous. So you should know how to control how to design a software that will automatically deliver the drone. So in these aspects, we are also covering the objective as like robotics. Under the robotics, you have that dynamics. This is one concept, but important concept, where you need to cover all the aspects, like starting from the mathematical modeling, and you need to jump into the filters and the estimation, and the state space control design, and optimization. But I don't know whether you obviously you don't know this concept right now, but maybe in future you're going to work on all these aspects. So once you learn all these things, where you can do research and how you can increase your expertise in this skill set. So these are the various drones. So I hope you familiar with that quadcopter. In the video shoot or photography, we are using like a quadcopter. It's nothing four propeller vehicle drone, but beyond that you have the fixed wing. It's like a flight, but it's like a miniature flight where you can do some level of research like I hope you know that NASA or the ISRO, they are using these types of drone for that uh, capturing the image of the Earth. Okay, this is a completely autonomous drone. In India and all the militaries, they have their own fixed wing drone. And the same way you have the quadcopter or multi rotor systems. Example is drone, and also you have the single rotor like helicopter. So if you cover all these aspects in the dynamics, you can do work in all these types of drones. Okay, so starting from miniature drone to aeroplanes, you can work if you know those concepts. So that is what we are doing. We are setting up these types of labs to that researchers like aerospace companies and IITs and the NITs. They're all using our products to do these types of researches. So I give you some small example. So when we talk about that vertical takeoff landing rockets, I hope you know that Falcon rockets from especially for the vertical takeoff landing, the principles how students can do it. So that's what the inverted pendulum. So the principle is same here. Instead of fire, we are using some motors. So it will do this types of vertical takeoff landing principles. The students can do the research and they can understand the concepts behind it. And the later stages, you can work on the rockets. So this is how the students can start their career with our inverted pendulum. When we talk about the fixed wing, previously I mentioned the fixed wing and the multi-rotor and the single rotor. So this is another example for the helicopter, where you can see the one is the main rotor and the tail rotor. So with that, how that helicopter principles you can learn it in the lab itself. This is how you will familiar the concepts. You can control your drone and you can design your algorithm. Even people started to use reinforcement learning. Nothing is a AI software, a algorithm. They are using to control the stability of the drones nowadays. The types of research is going on. So the researchers from IITs and NITs, they are using these types of equipments to do this research. Okay, then the third one is like same way. When we do that drone, so this is what the 3D 3D way hover, nothing, 3 degree of freedom hover. So instead of a drone, you can keep this on the table and you can do the research like a stability control. So for example, when I previously mentioned CNN algorithm, I want to train my CNN on the drone. But what will happen if you put the CNN algorithm on the flying drone? Your drone can't fly more than 10 minutes. Any commercial drone or any flying drones, it can't fly more than 15 minutes. But your CNN algorithm needs to train more than a hour, more than a day. So for that, the people using this types of static drone where you can keep it on the table and you can keep that algorithm learning parallelly for 24/7 if required. Then you can get an optimized controlled algorithm. So this is the way we can do the research. And these are some use cases where people how that our offerings are uh, the same thing, how that students learning the applications, the real world applications with this miniature vehicles in our setup. So it's like a helicopter. So I hope you know this all that twin rotor helicopter used in the militaries. So especially it's like a cargo. It's need to be carry the thing from one place to other place, and it's need to be dropped down there, and again from there it need to pick up and it need to go from point B to point A, come back. Then it needs to be dropped down there. Right? So this is the way you can do the research. And one more interesting thing, so when we talk about the satellites or the spaceships, so students also can learn this types of principles with this tabletop instruments where we support the researchers to do these types of research. For example, how we can do the satellite or the spaceship orientation. So what are the softwares or what are the mathematical modeling or the math needs to be done. So this types of things they can learn it from our benchtop instruments like this 3D gyroscope. So you can see this is like an example video, but our actual equipment it's like this benchtop instrument. I'm just comparing how it is. The concept can be mapped with the real-time, real-world industrial components. Okay, then finally we are also offering the drone lab where students can do that drone research on autonomous vehicle. So instead of traditional joystick control, how can we do that autonomous in the drone itself? So for example, you need a computer on the drone. I don't know whether you're familiar with the Arduino or not. So for example, some commercial drones or the DIY kit, do it your own kit. It's having the Arduino based systems where it's not a computer, it's a controller. But we completely differ from that thing. We are offering the NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is the only board available on our system. It's on-board computer. So what it can do is you can install your Python, you can install your machine learning and deep learning toolkits like a TensorFlow or PyTorch or the CNN, DNN files directly in the computer, and you can control the drone using the NVIDIA itself. It's not a controller, it's an onboard computer drone where it can have the 360-degree vision. It have 3 camera from right, left, back, and front camera, RGB plus depth. So it can give you the color image, and also it can give you the depth of the object in front of the vehicle. So what is the distance from my drone to the object? This types of distance you can measure it, and along with that few more sensors is available. So by combining all these sensors, you can do multiple levels of research. So I just list down the types of research. For example, I don't know, you know that drone dancing. So one example is like a swarm. So you can see how the mobile robot and the drone is communicating to each other. So for example, I need to land my drone on the moving car, or I need to follow the person. So these are the researches you can do. So this is one example like a swarm, how 6 drone can do the same operation. So I hope you saw that the drone is doing the backflip, and you can see some visions from the drone. And the same thing, previously you saw that mobile robot and other mobile robot is following the same thing, right? Same way here also, leader follower operations with the drone and the mobile robot. So in this case, you can see the the drone is going to land on the moving vehicle. So this is one type of drone and mobile robot research. Same way, so this is some of customer place where we set up the lab. This is especially from IIIT Bangalore. I don't know whether you're familiar with some. They are using these types of our drone, to do the research like swarm intelligence. So right now you can see we are doing that single drone hover test. Now we are going to do 2 drone hover test. So this is like a 2 drone hover test where uh, the both command from the computer. So it's autonomous. It's not a manually controlled. Through software, through the program, it is following the path. So right now it's not spinning, but it's doing only the hover. So it will start, it will fly to some particular height, then it will hold on for some time, then it will come back to the floor. So this is the software. This is a program we developed there to do some basic test. So for that, it is just following our instruction. So this is one example. In later stages, you can use this knowledge to build your own drone. Like as I mentioned, how the Amazon is doing that research, like the pickup and the drop the object from one place to other place. Same thing you can do it by your own. So now I think I have covered almost the self-driving and the robotics. And the final stage, this is the final concept you should know. How the industries, so the third sector, previously it's like one use cases I have given like a self-driving car is one use cases, and the second one it's like how the AI or robotics, especially in that humanoid robot or the self-driving car, in the miniature mobile robot or the drones things covered. But beyond that, industries are have multiple division. As I mentioned, it's like a manufacturing sectors or that medical field or the transportation, even in the retail zone. So Beyond AI and automations, you should know some basics of IoT, Internet of Things, and a few basics on the cloud platforms where you need to share all the data from the sensors to the cloud. For example, you know the Google Drive. Nowadays, you are using the Google Doc, Google Sheet, or Gmail. These are the cloud services you are using, but in industry it's completely different where you are going to send the data from the sensors. For example, I have my what for example I have the car, so I want to do some analysis. What is the motor responses from day 1 to day 20, day 20 to day 100? So I'm going to monitor continuously. Depends on that I can optimize that motor. Same way in that industry, I have a robotic arm. I want to do, I need to predict the error in future. So for example, my robot is going to die within 3 years. So before 3 years, I need to predict, then only I can do the optimization to get a better result. So in this case, you need to continuously monitor the data from the sensors in the cloud, and you need to do the analysis, and you can predict the future to this data using AI and ML techniques. So that is how the industries are using the IoT. So as I mentioned, these are the self-driving car we are using to send the data to the cloud. So right now you can see how we are using AWS, Amazon Web Service, to collect the data from the car. This is one use cases. And the second one is like how we can use that industry 4.0. So basically it's like a benchtop or the tabletop industry. It's a small scale platform to cover the entire industrial operations. For example, picking the object from that warehouse and storing it into that storage area, and then sorting machine and drilling machine, few operations like sensors, data collection, cloud analytics. You can do these types of research in this lab equipments. So it's starting from the conveyor. So for example, when we talk about that industry, it's all about the autonomous systems. So the PLC software, PLC is another software where in industry for this types of automation is depends on the PLC, where you have the pickup and drop robotic arm, conveyor machine, and also you have that AI to do the fault inspection, and also you need to do all the forecasting analysis through the cloud. So this is one type of solutions we are offering to the researchers and academic students. So I quickly run into this video. So for example, starting from the dashboard, you have the dashboard to monitor the data from to the image. And for example, this is the user interface where you can see the entire system, and you're going to use the image. So for example, you can see some bottle cap similar to the bottle cap is there. So this is our sample. For example, we are going to manufacture this cap. So what will happen? It will collect the raw image, and inside that there is a RF tag is there. So it will give you the color code, and it will tell you at what time you receive the raw material. Then it is moving to the storage area where it is going to store this thing for that customer. So once customer is going to order from the tab, then it will prepare the process. For example, you can consider like a packing, furnace, these things. But here there is no fire or there is no packages. Just a process we prototyped here, and finally it will drop it in the conveyor, and your AI sorting machine, it will sort it. For example, if it's a white, it will go in the first column. If it is a blue, second column, and the red, third column. Like the way it will sort, and it will deliver to the customer. So this is the prototype, how you can learn all the aspects in the academic itself. Instead of going to the company, how you can learn all these things. And also, it's not about the computer science department. It's all about engineering. So with these types of equipments, you can you may be from AI or ML, or you may be controls computer science or the TRIPLE or ECG or the robotics or automation or mechanical engineering. Anyone from any department gain the knowledges from these types of benchtop instruments, and you need to focus all these aspects of the engineering things. So as I mentioned, this is how we categorize the equipment like this. and so these are the process in industry. So I mentioned the story, right? It will collect the raw components, it will storage, it will process like a furnace, or it will heat the object, some simulation. If there is no fire, it will do the LED on and LED off. Then through the camera, you can monitor all these things. Then finally, it will pack and it will send it to you. So these are the industrial sites where, so for example, few customers from Amazon and Siemens, Bosch, these are all the corporate customer. They are using our equipments like this miniature equipment to do some level of research in the prototype. Because, for example, if you want to develop a new software, it's not possible to test it in the real industry. So you need some level of prototype. So our customer from Bosch or AWS or IT sector like Wipro people, they are using these types of equipments in the starting stages to validate the software. Then finally, they are deploying the software in the real industry. So there's also some real world examples. So I told you, right? So this is one use case from website we collected from AWS Japan, how they are developing their software and they are validating these things. And we know that the Siemens and the SAP, these are some software companies, but they are using our equipment. So, and you can see the BMW or how from the BMW group, how they are using the industry, the IBM. So it's not about the size of the equipment. My point is, it's not about the size of the equipment. It's all about the knowledge what you are gaining. So from if you want to learn something, you can start using the simulation, and the later stages you can hand over to the laboratory where you will get a complete idea about the entire system. Then you will be ready to meet out the industry requirement. So that's all. This is what I planned to present you today. Now we can stop here and we can start the discussion. So if you have any questions, we can discuss now. Uh,
Friends, chat has been enabled. You can ask your questions.
yeah, team, any doubt, you can ask me now. Okay, put that LLM and all. So when we talk about LLM, we are very new to introduce these things in the robotics. Nowadays, we use for that robot and human interaction only, but we are not introducing into the controlling the robot. Okay. So in future thing, you are going to introduce this LLM to understand the sensors data, and you are going to control the robotic actions in the upcoming years. But right now it's too early to introduce this concept. And so today, what I covered is to do the robotic or the automations, you need to start from the simulation and you have the various sector to focus. So for example, if you want to focus the career, so you're in the first year, but in the final year, there you need to focus the placement. Okay, so instead of focusing the final year, you can start from now onwards. For example, your final year and you are more interested on that AI, so you need to select some division. For example, you are more interested on the self-driving car, so you can start to do some mini projects in the self-driving car applications using the simulation. Like you can start learning the Python, and you have the open source softwares. In the first year onwards, you can start the project and you can focus that particular domain itself. So for that, I have shown what are the various sectors you have as a opportunity. So for example, if you are from the electrical department, you have the best scope in the EV. So same way, if it is a AIT, you have that self-driving. So as I mentioned previously, I explained that self-driving car, the robotic car. So in this case, you can develop your skills toward the self-driving car. Like the way you can select your sector, do some mini projects, extend it into from the simulation to the real car. So that is what today I'm trying to cover. Just to identify the sector and focus this particular area. So any specific questions related to the robotics and automation? You people asking about the TensorFlow, LLM, all these things. These are the some form of AI libraries. So for example, so for example, you have this picture. Okay, now uh, you need some AI tool needs to predict whether this is the cubic uh, cube or that Lego pixel. So for that, you have the multiple types of algorithms starting from a regression or so we have the multiple options. One is like a machine learning concepts or the deep learning. So like the way you have the multiple divisions. So one type is LLM, and the same way you have the machine learning tools and the deep learning tools. Depends on the applications, you need to select the particular algorithm. So I saw some something like, so for example, yeah, so you it's not about joke. We are also testing. For example, if any dog is approaching suddenly in front of the car, what can we do? Means, yeah, we have the predicting software which is less than that height of our human. We have specific sensor which is focusing the road, so it can detect a small object like a dog or small kid is running in front of the car. We can detect and we can stop within a milliseconds. We have the power in the hardware aspect, also the software, because we are using the NVIDIA and then the AI tools that can predict a little bit faster. And the drive-by-wire system, it's not a human control; it's completely electrical things. Within a milliseconds, we can control the system. Mm. Any specific questions? This is all about you're talking about more about what okay, so you will ask me what are the other things you can be automated. So as I mentioned, drone is one example, humanoid robot other example, robotic arm third example, and you have the spider robot. I think you can see my screen, human face, or the spider robot or miniature humanoid robot. So these are the things you can do the automation as a beginner, but later stages you can implement it. You can more focus on the industry applications. So PC, for example, I'm using i7 and dedicated graphics for NVIDIA 4GB to do all my AI and ML applications. So that will be the PC spec I'm using, but you can go, depends on your applications. So when we talk about the Indian road, it's too early to adapt the self-driving car, but mostly the Tesla or the Google Waymo, the engineers from India. So our focus is to develop the engineer skill set in India, so that if possible they can develop that self-driving car which is easily adapted to Indian road or US road, whatever it may be. But our focus is not to introduce the car on the road, Indian road. Our focus is introduce this skill set, enabling the engineers in India to do or to tackle these types of scenarios. We are using a dedicated graphics card and the GPU to do the AI part, but the basic CPU, I think, yeah, it's a little bit tough. For the database, so there is two companies is there. One is Airbase, another one is Microsoft Azure. We have two types of customers, but majorly most of the people are using the sensor-based things for the Airbase. Also something Azure, for example, streaming the video and storing the video for half an hour, it's possible. But if we store multiple data along with that images, you need a bigger amount data set. So the size will be high, so you need to pay extra thing, all these things. But apart from Airbase, we have the Azure. It's a Microsoft storage. Anything sensors you can so in this case, we are not only a vision-based self-driving car. So in our videos, as mentioned, we are not depends on only the camera. We are using LiDAR. LiDAR is like a IR sensor. It can pass through the cloud and the fog, and it can give you the precise localization inside the road. So it's not beyond the camera. We need to use ultrasonic sensors, we need to use radar, we need to use LiDAR. These are the various sensors. We are going to use all this data to do this self-driving applications. For that automatic two-wheeler, yeah, people, two things is there. One is to automate a two-wheeler, you require self-balance two-wheeler. One thing, I think Honda is trying to do this self-driving two-wheeler where it can do both balancing as well as autonomous driving. Okay, so for example, sir, some people talking about the machine learning operations, right? Yeah, so for example, few things I demonstrated, right? Previously, I have given the Industry 4.0, where people, they are using this tools to do the DevOps. So parallelly in the cloud, they are developing their tool, and through the OTA, they are upgrading the software, and through machine learning, they are trying to forecast, and beyond the forecasting, uh, we need to optimize the system. The purpose of the forecast is we need to optimize the system. So all these things we are using the ML operations for this DevOps systems as a background research. When we talk about the AI on gaming, so we are not very new to AI on gaming. So it's very old concepts where we are using the chess game with the computer. Okay, so previously it's like a formal method. Nowadays, beyond that, we people started to use AI on the gaming aspects to be a non-computer person, non. So these types of things we depends on the AI on the gaming part. When we talk about that, so here, if you are more specific on the EV, there is a concept called drive-by-wire, and it's completely EV chassis. So, for example, when we talk about the IC engines, the problem is we can't control the accelerator or the pedal with the specific motors. So, if the vehicle is the electrical vehicle, and if we control the steering and the throttle, we can quickly give the commands, and it will apply the brake or the steering within a short time. So previously, some of you people asking um, how long it will take to respond for the emergency brake. So if it is a IC engine based hybrid systems, so it will take more time than that the drive-by-wire where we have the micro level delay. Charging system and the battery life of the self-driving car. So yeah, there is a problem in the self-driving car. When we talk about the commercial EV, our commercial EV is having only one motor, which is kept inside the chassis, and one motor is used to control the entire two wheel from rear, and the front wheel is just a steering. Okay, this is only one motor for EV. But when we talk about the self-driving car, like the bigger vehicle and the multi-driving vehicles, we need to use a wheel hub motor. So previously I have shown the drive-by, right? So the instead of the traditional two-wheel steering, we are using four-wheel steering, and all this wheel have its own BLDC motor. So we need more power to control the four motor. So we'll have its four motor. Then we have the sensors. So as I mentioned, it's not only the camera. We are going to use four radar in all four sides. We are going to use four radar, and in the bigger vehicle, we are having around 12 camera. Okay, so 12 camera, 4 lidar, 2 radar, 12 to 14 ultrasonic sensors. So beyond the motors, we are going to place a bigger amount of energy source. So the life cycle of that battery and the storage capacity, when compared to that normal EV and cell trains, is very big difference. Yeah, for example, for the heavy vehicle, it is too early, but the trucks and all, people started to use some level of EV. The miniature trucks, and we are also closely collaborated with some of our truck manufacturers for the self-driving applications. So we know few people started to use EV for the truck. Yeah, people. So yeah, right. So as I mentioned, for that EV, we are very beginning. We are too early stages. So for right now, the commercial vehicle, it's a commercial vehicle having only one motor, but in future it will be developed to four motors. And right now we have the customer for using a small truck. It is like a prototype. They are just trying to attain some level of things, but as EV, we require huge power. But one example you can consider in Bangalore and all, we started to use the electrical buses. Okay, passenger bus in normal in I think the passenger buses around 30 to 40 people are using this buses at a time. Also, vehicle can go a little far distance. We can cover the reasonable distance. So truck it maybe we need some time, but buses and all we are started to use the commercial bus, the government buses are available on road in the passengers. Yeah, anything else? Yeah, I think chat is closed. Yeah. So okay, but EV, when we talk about the EV, our vehicle, so as I mentioned previously, I have shown that the six-seater autonomous vehicle, right? That is a EV, but it is a rainproof. So it can run in day and the night. Even it's not required the sunlight. Even in the dark night, the vehicle can go through the lidar, and even the rainy season also it's possible because the battery is packed well and it is kept inside the chassis. So you no need to worry about the accident or the rain and all the rain. So when we talk about the cost for the final year project, yeah, you can in that in the normal online you can buy that drone around 25,000. It's possible, and the good performance drone is possible. But we completely differ from that DIY kit. It's a college can buy for you, and you can use those resources in the campus because our drone is an onboard computer. But in online, if you buy something, the Arduino based one, so that will be around 25,000 for the students. So there you can start your project. So any specific questions about the robotics and automation? Are you people slowly moving into that EVA, the electrical aspects of the systems? You can come back to the automation because I'm the software engineer, especially I'm working on that self-driving software and the ROS. So you can ask me the questions on the ROS or self-driving applications and stuff for electrical aspects of the vehicle. I hope we can wrap it up here. I think almost people they're okay with that concept. So anything else? The organizer, do you want to share something?
Sir,
Yeah.
so shall we wind up with the formal vote of thanks, sir?
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Thank you, sir. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. First of all, I would like to thank our chief guest, Mr. Prakash, for readily accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion with his presence. I'm sure our inputs would have motivated the students to start working towards their goals. Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to thank our management and faculty for the constant support and guidance they provide to the students. On behalf of our institution, I extend my warm gratitude to everyone. Thank you all.
Thank you. I'm leaving.
Okay, so thank you, sir. Students, I request you to remain in the session for a few more minutes. We will be sharing the session 4 feedback link, which you're requested to fill. Please remain in the meeting for 5 more minutes. Students, the feedback link for session 4 of day 1 has been posted. I repeat, the feedback link has been posted. Kindly fill it out. It is mandatory. And we will be rejoining the same link tomorrow for the orientation. Kindly be here at 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you. I repeat, we will be rejoining at 10 a.m. sharp tomorrow for the next session. Thank you.